Welcome to the Timeless Tales Library, where stories shimmer like starlight guiding you toward restful slumber. I'm Oliver, your host, and tonight I'll be sharing 6 hours of gentle Zen fairy tales to quiet your thoughts and carry you softly into sleep. The Timeless Tales Library is made possible by listeners like you. If you found peace here, please subscribe and help us continue weaving these tranquil tales. As you settle beneath your blankets, comment below and let me know where you are in the world tonight, and share a magical setting you dream of visiting in a story, perhaps an enchanted forest where fireflies dance, a crystal cave beneath moonlit mountains, a floating garden above the clouds, or a cozy cottage where time stands still. Your wishes keep our fairy tale collection alive and sparkling. Now, take a slow breath and let the day's tensions melt away, like waves receding from a quiet shore. Tonight, you're not in your room, you're entering the sapphire vault of the Timeless Tales Library. This majestic chamber sparkles with deep blue light, its walls and shelves crafted from smooth, sapphire-hued stone that reflects a gentle glow. Each book shimmers like a jewel, holding tales of adventure, wisdom, and hidden wonders. The air is crisp, with a faint trace of ocean mist, refreshing your spirit. Rest into the comfort of your bed, your private retreat within this radiant vault. Soften your hands, your feet, your chest. Let the cool, calming energy of the sapphire light wash over you, grounding you in peace. Approach the shelves and feel the stories call to you. Let the tales of the sapphire vault guide your mind into a serene, restful slumber. Zen Tales, the dream train to quiet waters. The evening mist rose from the valley floor like incense from a temple bowl, curling between the ancient pines that had stood sentinel over the mountain railway for longer than anyone could remember. Kenji adjusted his conductor's cap and stepped onto the platform of Tsukiakari Station, where a single lantern cast a warm amber glow over the weathered wooden boards. The moonlit express waited patiently on the tracks, its brass fittings gleaming softly in the lamplight, steam rising lazily from its stack like the breath of a sleeping dragon. This was no ordinary train. It ran only on nights when the moon was full, carrying passengers who sought not merely to reach a destination, but to find something they hadn't known they were looking for. Kenji had been its conductor for 37 years, and in all that time, he had never grown tired of watching faces transform during the gentle journey through the mountains. Tonight, as always, the platform held a small gathering of souls. There was Grandmother Sato, her silver hair gleaming like moonbeams, clutching a worn leather satchel that contained, Kenji knew, pressed flowers from her late husband's garden. Beside her stood a young businessman named Hiro, still wearing his crisp suit, but with loosened tie and weary eyes that spoke of too many late nights in fluorescent offices. A middle-aged woman in a soft blue cardigan held the hand of her sleeping daughter, while an elderly monk in simple robes sat cross-legged on a bench, his eyes closed in peaceful meditation. "All aboard the moonlit express," Kenji called softly, his voice carrying the warmth of honey tea and the patience of flowing water. "Tonight we journey to the Valley of Quiet Dreams." One by one the passengers climbed aboard, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpets that lined the train's corridors. The interior was unlike any modern conveyance. Polished wood panels reflected the glow of paper lanterns that swayed gently from the ceiling, casting dancing shadows that seemed to tell stories of their own. Cushioned seats faced large windows, and small tables held steaming cups of jasmine tea that had appeared as if by magic. Hiro settled into a window seat and accepted a cup from Kenji with a grateful nod. "How far to the Valley of Quiet Dreams?" he asked, his voice carrying the tension of a man accustomed to schedules and deadlines. Kenji smiled, his weathered face crinkling at the corners like old paper. "Distance is not measured in miles on this train, young man. We arrive when we are ready to arrive." The train began to move with the smoothest of motions, so gentle that the passengers barely felt the transition from stillness to journey. Outside the windows, the village of Tsukiakari slowly fell away, its few remaining lights twinkling like earthbound stars until they were swallowed by the embrace of the forest. The air inside the car filled with the sweet scent of tea and the soft murmur of low conversation. As the train slipped deeper into the silent mountains, the full moon, a perfect disk of silver, rose above the jagged peaks and bathed the world in a wash of ethereal light. Hiro, captivated, watched the landscape unfold, the familiar shapes of pine trees and stone lanterns transformed into something otherworldly. He felt the knots in his shoulders begin to loosen, the incessant mental chatter of deadlines and profit margins replaced by the quiet rhythm of the train's wheels on the tracks. Grandmother Sato, her eyes closed, hummed a tune so ancient it was part of the wind itself, while the little girl in the blue cardigan woke up, her face pressed against the window, her small hand pointing at the moon. The monk opened his eyes, a serene smile gracing his lips as he simply watched the light. This was the magic of the Moonlit Express, a journey not just through space, but through the soul, where the world outside became a mirror for the peace within. As they climbed higher into the mountains, the moonlight filtered through the canopy of leaves, creating patterns of silver and shadow that shifted and danced across the forest floor. The rhythmic clicking of wheels on rails became a lullaby, a meditation bell that called the mind to stillness and the heart to peace. Grandmother Sato opened her satchel and withdrew a pressed chrysanthemum, its golden petals still holding a whisper of their original fragrance. She held it up to catch the lamplight, and her eyes grew distant with memory. "I picked this 50 years ago," she said to no one in particular, though her voice carried clearly through the gentle car. "On the morning my husband proposed to me in his mother's garden. We were so young then, so certain we knew what love meant." The monk opened his eyes and regarded her with the kind attention of one who had learned to listen with his whole being. "And now, honorable grandmother, what does love mean now?" She smiled, the expression transforming her face into something timeless and radiant. "Now I understand that love is not something you have, but something you become. Like this flower no longer fresh and bright, but somehow more beautiful for having been pressed between the pages of time." Hiro found himself listening despite his intention to use the journey for catching up on work. His laptop sat closed on the table before him, forgotten in favor of the conversation that flowed like a gentle stream through the car. The mother with the sleeping child, her name was Yuki, Kenji had learned during ticketing, adjusted her daughter's blanket and gazed out at the moonlit landscape. "I used to worry so much about her future," she murmured. What school she would attend, what career she would choose, whether she would be happy. But watching her sleep like this, I remember that she already knows how to be perfectly content. Perhaps I should learn from her instead of trying to teach her to be like me. The train curved around a mountainside, and suddenly the view opened to reveal a valley filled with morning glory flowers that bloomed only in moonlight, their trumpet faces lifted toward the silver orb above. The sight drew gasps of wonder from the passengers, and even Hero pressed his face to the window like a child seeing snow for the first time. "The Midnight Garden," Kenji announced softly. "They say these flowers hold the dreams of everyone who has ever wished upon a star. Some nights, if you listen carefully, you can hear them whispering." The moon climbed higher, its light now flooding the interior of the train car. Dust motes danced in the silver beams, tiny stars moving to an unseen current. Hero leaned his head against the cool glass, the last vestiges of his work-related stress finally dissolving into the soft glow. The train glided past a waterfall, its cascading water shimmering like liquid moonlight, and Hero realized he had not thought about his next meeting or his quarterly reports for what felt like a lifetime. He was simply present, a sensation so foreign it was like discovering a new sense. Across the aisle, the little girl turned from the window and, with a trusting smile, pointed at the moon reflected in her cup of jasmine tea. The monk nodded at her, a silent acknowledgement of the shared moment of simple wonder. Kenji, watching from the end of the aisle, understood. The moonlit express was a vessel for memory and for dreams, a moving sanctuary where passengers could shed the burdens of their everyday lives and reconnect with the quiet, luminous parts of themselves they had forgotten. The train slowed as it passed through the garden, and indeed, a soft susurrus seemed to rise from the countless blooms, not quite voices, not quite music, but something that spoke directly to the deepest part of the soul. Little Emmy stirred in her mother's arms and smiled in her sleep, as if the flowers were telling her a particularly delightful secret. As they climbed higher still, the air grew thin and pure, carrying the scent of snow from distant peaks and the clean fragrance of pine and cedar. A small station appeared ahead, no more than a platform beside a tiny tea house nestled among the trees. The sign read Serenity Heights, painted in elegant calligraphy that seemed to glow in the moonlight. The train came to its characteristic gentle stop, and the door opened with a soft sigh. An elderly woman emerged from the tea house, moving with the unhurried grace of someone who had learned to find eternity in each moment. She wore a simple kimono, the color of twilight, and carried a wooden tray laden with small cups. "Mountain water tea," she offered, stepping aboard to serve each passenger. Melted from snow that fell on peaks so high they touched the dreams of sleeping clouds. The tea was unlike anything they had ever tasted, clear as crystal, yet somehow containing the essence of mist and starlight, of ancient stones and patient moss. Each sip seemed to wash away not just thirst, but the accumulated dust of worry and haste that had settled on their spirits. The monk accepted his cup with a deep bow. "This tea carries great wisdom," he observed. The tea woman smiled. "All water is wise," she replied. "It always finds the gentlest path to its destination, never fighting the mountain, but always, eventually, reaching the sea. We could learn much from its patience." Hero found himself nodding, surprised by the truth that seemed to resonate in his chest. How long had he been fighting against the current of his own life, pushing and striving when perhaps what he needed was to flow like water, finding the natural path? The tea woman departed as quietly as she had come, and the train resumed its journey. They passed through tunnels carved through the heart of the mountain, where crystalline formations caught and reflected the train's lights like underground stars. In one tunnel they came upon an underground lake so still and perfect that it seemed like a mirror to some celestial realm, and schools of blind fish moved through its depths like liquid silver. "I read once," Grandmother Sato said, watching the fish with wonder, "that in the deepest caves, where no sunlight ever reaches, there are creatures that have learned to make their own light. They carry stars within themselves." "Perhaps we all do," suggested Yuki, stroking her daughter's hair. "Perhaps we've just forgotten how to let them shine." The train emerged from the tunnels into a high alpine meadow where wild horses grazed in the moonlight, their coats shimmering like liquid mercury. They lifted their heads as the train passed, unafraid, their dark eyes reflecting an ancient wisdom that spoke of freedom and the wind's secret songs. At another small station called Contentment Junction, an old farmer joined them, his hands bearing the honest calluses of one who had spent his life coaxing life from the earth. He settled into a seat with the satisfaction of a job well done and accepted tea with a grateful nod. "Good harvest this year," he told Kenji. "Not the biggest, mind you, but each grain of rice perfect in its own way. I've learned that abundance isn't about quantity, it's about appreciation." He pulled from his pocket a handful of rice grains and let them pour from palm to palm like tiny pearls. Each one of these held the potential for 1,000 more. But instead of becoming 1,000, it chose to become sustenance, to fulfill its purpose by nourishing others. There's a kind of wisdom in that sacrifice that most people never see. The businessman found himself drawn into the conversation despite himself. "In my work," Hiro said slowly, "we always talk about growth, expansion, maximizing potential. But maybe there's something to be said for choosing quality over quantity, for being perfect in a small way rather than mediocre in a large way." The farmer smiled and offered him a few grains of rice. "Plant these in your heart, young man. Not every seed needs to become a forest. Sometimes the most beautiful tree is the one that grows alone on the mountainside, twisted and small but perfectly suited to its place in the world." As the night deepened, the train entered a region where hot springs bubbled up from the earth, sending curtains of steam across the tracks. The air grew warm and humid, carrying the mineral scent of deep earth and the whisper of water finding its own level. In the distance, They could see the lights of a small village built around the springs, where people soaked in the healing waters beneath the stars. At the village station, a young woman boarded, her clothes still damp from the springs, her face glowing with the particular peace that comes from being thoroughly warmed from within. She carried a small wooden flute and, after settling into her seat, began to play a melody so gentle and haunting that it seemed to emerge from the mountain itself. The music wove through the car like incense, touching each passenger in a different way. Grandmother Sato's pressed flower seemed to pulse with renewed life in the melody's embrace. Hiro felt the tight knots in his shoulders begin to loosen for the first time in months. Yuki's daughter stirred and smiled more deeply in her sleep, as if the music were a lullaby from some half-remembered paradise. Even the monk, well versed in the arts of meditation and inner stillness, found himself transported by the simple beauty of the tune. When the young woman finished, the silence that followed was not empty but full, pregnant with the resonance of something beautiful shared. "What was that song?" Yuki asked softly. The flute player tucked a strand of damp hair behind her ear. "It has no name," she replied. "I learned it from the sound the wind makes when it passes through the bamboo grove near the springs. Each night it plays a different variation, and each night I try to remember the tune, but like the wind itself it can never be captured completely, only experienced in the moment it occurs." The train began to descend now, following a path that wound down through terraced gardens, where tea bushes grew in neat rows, their leaves silver in the moonlight. Each terrace was a testament to generations of patient cultivation, of understanding that the best things in life cannot be rushed, but must be allowed to mature in their own time. At one point, they passed a small shrine tucked into a grove of cherry trees. Though it was not the season for blossoms, the trees seemed to glow with an inner light, and petals of pure moonlight drifted down like snow, disappearing before they touched the ground. The shrine keeper, an ancient woman whose age seemed to be measured in centuries rather than years, stood in the doorway and bowed as the train passed, her gesture carrying a blessing that seemed to settle on the passengers like a benediction. "The shrine of fulfilled wishes," Kenji explained. "They say that every sincere wish ever made eventually finds its way there, even if it takes lifetimes to arrive. The shrine keeper tends them all, nurturing the ones that are ready to bloom, and keeping the others safe until their proper season comes." Hiro found himself wondering what wishes of his own might be waiting in that sacred space. Not the obvious ones: success, wealth, recognition, but the deeper longings he had buried beneath years of ambition and anxiety. The wish to find peace, the wish to know his own heart, the wish to remember what it felt like to be truly alive instead of merely busy. The train crossed a series of bridges over rushing streams that caught and scattered the moonlight like handfuls of diamonds. Each bridge was different, one made of ancient stone, worn smooth by countless years, another of bamboo that swayed gently in the mountain breeze, a third carved from a single fallen tree so massive it could only have been a gift from the forest itself. As they crossed each bridge, the sound of the water below changed, now a cheerful babble, now a deep singing, now a whispered conversation between stones that had been polished by centuries of patient flow. The variations were subtle but distinct, like movements in a symphony composed by the mountain itself. The farmer leaned toward his window, listening intently. Each stream knows its own song, he observed, but they're all heading to the same sea. Makes you think about how we're all so different on the surface, different voices, different stories, but maybe we're all flowing toward the same destination. The monk nodded thoughtfully. In the monasteries, we often speak of the many paths up the mountain. From below they seem to lead in different directions, but they all end at the same peak. Perhaps what matters is not which path we choose, but that we keep climbing with sincere hearts. As if summoned by their conversation about paths and destinations, the train began to slow as it approached what Kenji announced as their final station, the Valley of Quiet Dreams. But first, they passed through one last wonder, a tunnel lined entirely with crystals that had formed over millennia, each one catching and amplifying the train's lights until the passengers felt as if they were traveling through the heart of a star. When they emerged, the valley spread before them like a scene from a painting by some master of tranquility. A lake so perfectly still it might have been polished. Obsidian reflected the full moon with absolute fidelity. Around its shores, weeping willows trailed their branches in the water, creating gentle ripples that caught the light like liquid silver. Small lights, perhaps lanterns, perhaps something more mysterious, dotted the far shore like earthbound constellations. The station itself was built on stilts over the lake, its platforms extending out over the water so that disembarking passengers would step directly into the serene embrace of the valley. Lotus flowers bloomed in the shallows, their white petals luminous in the moonlight, their broad leaves providing resting places for sleeping dragonflies whose wings caught occasional glimmers of starlight. As the train came to its final gentle stop, the passengers gathered their belongings with the reluctant movements of those who have found something precious and are loath to leave it behind. But the atmosphere was not one of sadness, rather there was a sense of completion, of having received exactly what they had needed without knowing they had needed it. Kenji moved through the car, helping each passenger with their luggage and offering small paper lanterns to light their way. "The path to the village is clearly marked," he said, "but take your time. The night is still young, and sometimes the most important part of any journey is the last few steps." Grandmother Sato was the first to disembark, moving with a sprightliness that seemed to have returned to her during the journey. She paused at the platform's edge and released her pressed chrysanthemum into the lake, where it floated like a small golden boat carrying her memories to some peaceful harbor. "Thank you," she said simply to Kenji, though her words seemed to encompass more than just the train ride. "I came aboard thinking I was carrying the past with me, but I see now that the past was carrying me. It's time to set us both free." The young businessman, though perhaps he was no longer quite so driven by business, gathered his unopened laptop and stepped onto the platform. The crisp lines of his suit had somehow softened during the journey, and his eyes held a clarity that spoke of priorities realigned and purposes rediscovered. "I thought I was taking this train to escape something," he said to the conductor, "but I think I was actually traveling toward something. Toward myself, maybe, or at least toward a version of myself I'd forgotten existed." He handed Kenji his business card, not to network or make connections, but as a kind of offering, a symbol of the identity he was ready to leave behind. Kenji accepted it with the solemnity due such gestures, and tucked it carefully into his pocket, where it joined countless others that had been surrendered by passengers over the years. Yuki gathered her sleeping daughter, who had remained peacefully unconscious throughout the entire journey, dreaming whatever dreams children dream when carried safely through moonlit landscapes by those who love them. As she prepared to disembark, little Emmy stirred and opened her eyes, not with the cranky confusion of a child awakened from sleep, but with the serene alertness of someone returning from a beautiful reverie. "Mama," she whispered, "I dreamed I was a flower in a garden where it was always night time, and the moon was the sun, and all the other flowers were singing lullabies to the stars." Yuki smiled and kissed her daughter's forehead. "What a lovely dream, sweetheart. Maybe you can tell me more about it while we walk." The mother with the flute gathered her simple belongings and prepared to continue her journey, whatever path it might take her on from here. She offered to play one more song for the departing passengers, but Kenji gently declined. "Music is like moonlight," he said. "Its beauty lies partly in its transience. The song you played earlier will echo in our hearts long after the notes have faded. Sometimes the memory of beauty is more precious than beauty itself." The farmer shouldered his small pack and stepped onto the platform with the measured pace of one accustomed to walking behind a plough. He paused to examine one of the lotus flowers, nodding with the approval of someone who recognized quality craftsmanship in all its forms. "Good roots," he observed to the monk who had joined him at the platform's edge. "Deep and strong, but not grasping. They hold the flower steady, but let it float freely on the surface. There's wisdom in that kind of grounding." The monk bowed slightly in acknowledgement. "In our tradition we say that enlightenment is like the lotus born from mud and darkness, but blooming in the light. Perhaps we all carry within us the potential for such flowering, if we can learn to sink our roots deep while keeping our faces turned toward illumination." Last to disembark was the tea woman from the mountain station, who had remained quietly in the back of the car throughout most of the journey, observing the interactions of the other passengers with the gentle attention of someone whose profession was the nourishment of travelers. She approached Kenji as the others made their way along the moonlit path toward the village. "Another successful journey," she observed, though it was as much a question as a statement. Kenji nodded, watching the small procession of lantern lights bobbing along the shore like a constellation descended to earth. "They came aboard carrying different burdens," he replied, "but they all seem to be walking lighter now. That's how we measure success on the Moonlit Express, not by distance covered or schedules kept, but by the weight that has been lifted from traveling hearts." The tea woman smiled and handed him a small ceramic cup, not one of the ones she had served from during the journey, but something personal, something she had carried for years. "For your own refreshment," she said. "Even conductors need to be nourished sometimes." The cup was warm to the touch and seemed to contain not tea but liquid starlight, clear and bright, and somehow effervescent, as if it held the essence of all the joy that had been shared during the journey. Kenji drank it slowly, feeling it spread through his body like a benediction, renewing his spirit for whatever passengers the next full moon might bring. As the tea woman walked away to join the others, Kenji began the process of preparing the train for its return journey. He collected the empty teacups, each one somehow different than it had been at the beginning of the trip. Some seemed to hold traces of silver light, others carried the faintest fragrance of mountain flowers, and all bore the invisible imprint of the lips that had touched them and the hands that had held them. The paper lanterns were extinguished one by one, but their warm glow seemed to linger in the wood and brass of the train's interior, as if the vehicle itself had absorbed some of the contentment and peace of its passengers. The cushions still held the impressions of the bodies that had rested in them, but those impressions seemed somehow deeper than mere physical pressure. They were the marks left by souls who had found, however briefly, a place where they could truly rest. In the distance, the lights of the village twinkled like a handful of stars scattered across the earth. The passengers would find there whatever they needed, some a place to sleep until morning, others perhaps a new beginning, and still others simply a quiet space to sit and contemplate all that had transpired during their moonlit journey. The lake lapped gently against the station's pilings, creating a rhythm like a great heart beating slowly and peacefully. Somewhere in the darkness, a night bird called once, its voice clear and pure as temple bells. The sound seemed to be a signal, for moments later, fireflies began to rise from the reeds along the shore, their tiny lights blinking in patterns that might have been a language known only to themselves and the watching moon. Kenji made one final walk through the empty cars, checking that nothing had been left behind, though he knew from experience that the most important things passengers brought aboard the Moonlit Express were never the kinds of things that could be forgotten in seat pockets or under tables. What they left with was not diminished by what they left behind. Rather, they departed, enriched, carrying within them gifts that would continue to unfold long after the train had disappeared into the mountain mists. As he prepared to signal the engineer that they were ready for the return journey, Kenji paused at one of the windows and looked out over the Valley of Quiet Dreams. The moon had begun its descent toward the western peaks, but its light still painted the landscape in silver and shadow, transforming the ordinary into the magical and the familiar into the profound. Somewhere in the village, he knew, his passengers were settling into whatever rest the night would bring them. Perhaps Grandmother Sato was sitting by a window, no longer clutching memories but letting them flow through her like water through cupped hands. Maybe the young businessman was lying on his back looking up at the stars, relearning the art of wonder he had forgotten in his climb toward success. The mother and daughter might be sharing quiet conversation about dreams and flowers and all the beautiful mysteries that children understand without needing to have them explained. The train began to move again, slowly and gently, carrying its conductor back toward the world of ordinary nights and mundane destinations. But Kenji knew that he would return with the next full moon, and that the platform at Tsukiakari Station would once again hold its small gathering of souls in need of passage to places they couldn't quite name but somehow recognized as home. As the Valley of Quiet Dreams disappeared behind veils of mist and distance, the morning stars began to fade before the approach of dawn. But the peace that had settled over the valley and over the hearts of all who had journeyed there would remain long after the sun had risen and the ordinary world had reclaimed its dominion over waking minds. For some gifts can only be given in darkness, some truths can only be seen by moonlight, and some journeys can only be taken by those willing to travel not toward a destination marked on any map, but toward the quiet country of their own deepest dreams. The moonlit express disappeared into the mountain tunnel, carrying with it the echo of gentle conversations and the lingering fragrance of jasmine tea, ready to begin the long, patient wait for the next full moon and the next gathering of travelers who had somehow heard, in the depths of their hearts, the whispered invitation to board the train that travels not through space, but through the landscapes of wonder and the geography of the soul. In the village by the lake, the first light of dawn began to touch the eastern peaks, but it fell softly, like a benediction rather than an awakening. For this was a place where night and day had learned to greet each other gently, where transition was not abrupt but gradual, and where the boundary between dreaming and waking was as soft and permeable as morning mist. And so the passengers of the moonlit express began their gentle return to the waking world, carrying within them the gifts they had received during their journey, not treasures that could be counted or weighed, but the more precious currency of peace restored, wonder rekindled, and hearts reminded of their capacity for contentment. The train was gone, but its gifts remained, settling into the spirits of its passengers like seeds, finding fertile ground, ready to bloom in whatever season brought the proper conditions for growth. And perhaps that is the greatest magic of all, not the transformation that happens in a single moment of revelation, but the quiet miracles that unfold over time in lives that have been touched, however briefly, by the possibility of traveling towards something better than the destinations we think we seek. The moon set behind the mountains, but its light lingered in the memory of water, the whisper of wind through mountain pines, and the dreams of those who had learned, for one perfect night, what it meant to journey not as passengers rushed toward their destinations, but as pilgrims walking slowly and mindfully toward home. In the soft embrace of twilight, where the last golden threads of sunlight wove themselves through the pine branches, May found herself walking along a path she had never seen before. The cobblestones beneath her feet were smooth with age, worn to gentle curves by countless seasons of rain and the footsteps of those who had passed this way in search of something they could not quite name. She had been walking for hours, though time seemed to move differently here among the ancient trees. The day's worries, the urgent emails, The traffic, the endless chatter of the city had fallen away like autumn leaves, each step taking her further from the noise and deeper into a silence that felt alive with possibility. The path curved upward, following the natural contours of the mountain, and with each turn, May felt her breathing slow and deepen. The air here was different, tinged with the fragrance of wild jasmine and the distant scent of wood smoke. Somewhere ahead, she could hear the gentle murmur of water moving over stones, a sound that seemed to wash through her mind like a cool stream, clearing away the last vestiges of her hurried thoughts. As the path crested a small rise, May paused, her breath catching softly in wonder. Before her lay a hidden valley, cupped between rolling hills like a secret held in gentle hands. In the center stood a traditional tea house, its weathered wooden walls glowing amber in the fading light. Paper lanterns hung from the eaves, their soft illumination creating pools of warmth in the gathering dusk. Around the building, gardens flowed in organic curves, filled with plants she couldn't identify but which seemed to hum with quiet contentment. But what drew her eye most of all were the lanterns, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, scattered throughout the gardens and hung from the branches of ancient trees. Each one unique, each one glowing with its own gentle light, some warm gold, others cool blue, a few the soft green of new leaves or the gentle pink of cherry blossoms. They swayed slightly in the evening breeze, creating patterns of light and shadow that danced across the garden paths like living calligraphy. May found herself drawn forward, her feet following the stone path that wound down into the valley. As she walked, she noticed details that filled her with a quiet joy she had almost forgotten existed. The way moss grew in perfect spirals around the bases of stone lanterns, the sound her footsteps made, not the harsh click of city pavements, but a soft whisper against stone. The way fireflies were beginning to emerge from the gardens, their tiny lights blinking in gentle conversation with the paper lanterns above. The path led her to a wooden gate, painted red and weathered to a soft patina. It stood slightly ajar, as if awaiting her arrival. As she pushed it open, the hinges sang a low musical note that seemed to announce her presence without urgency or alarm. Beyond the gate, the path split into several smaller walkways that meandered through the gardens, each one inviting exploration. She chose the path that seemed to call to her most softly, one that led toward a grove of bamboo where the lanterns hung like captured stars among the green stalks. As she walked, she became aware of another presence in the garden, not alarming, but comforting, like the sense of a kind friend nearby. From behind a screen of flowering vines emerged an elderly man, moving with the unhurried grace of someone who had learned to live in harmony with time rather than in opposition to it. His hair was silver white, gathered loosely at the nape of his neck, and his clothes were simple, a robe of undyed linen that seemed to capture and hold the lantern light. But it was his eyes that drew May's attention, deep and warm, with the gentle sparkle of someone who had found reasons to smile in places others might overlook. "Welcome, traveler," he said, his voice carrying the same musical quality as the garden gate. "I am Kenji, keeper of these lights, you have walked far today." May paused, suddenly aware that she didn't know how she had come to be here, or even where here was. I'm not sure how I found this place," she admitted. "I was walking, and the path just seemed to lead me here." Kenji nodded, as if this explanation were perfectly reasonable. "The paths that matter most are often the ones we discover by not looking for them," he said. "Would you care for some tea? The evening is young, and the lanterns always burn more brightly when they have someone new to shine for." Without waiting for an answer, he began walking toward the tea house, his movements creating barely a whisper against the garden paths. May followed, drawn by something in his manner that spoke of deep peace and patient wisdom. The interior of the tea house was even more magical than its exterior had promised. Low wooden tables sat surrounded by cushions worn soft with age, and shelves lined the walls, filled with teapots of every shape and size imaginable. But here too, lanterns provided the primary illumination, not the harsh brightness of electric bulbs, but the warm, living light of carefully tended flames. Kenji gestured to a table near a window that looked out over the gardens, where they could watch the interplay of lantern light and starlight beginning to emerge in the darkening sky. He moved to a small alcove where water bubbled quietly in an iron kettle, and May realized the sound she had been hearing throughout the garden was not a stream, but this gentle conversation between water and flame. "I grow the tea myself," Kenji said as he selected leaves from one of many ceramic containers. "Each plant has its own personality, its own way of expressing the essence of this place. Tonight, I think we need something gentle, leaves that were dried under the light of the full moon, infused with the patience of long summer evenings." As he prepared the tea, May found herself relaxing more deeply than she had in months. There was something about the ritual of it, the careful measuring of leaves, the precise temperature of the water, the way Kenji moved with complete attention to each small action that seemed to slow time itself. "What are all the lanterns for?" she asked, watching through the window as the lights swayed gently in the evening breeze. Kenji smiled, an expression that seemed to light up his entire face. "Ah, now there's a question with as many answers as there are lanterns," he said, settling across from her with the tea service. "Each one represents something different. Some are for wishes, some for memories, some for dreams not yet dreamed." He poured the tea with graceful movements, the liquid falling in a golden arc from pot to cup. The aroma that rose from May's cup was unlike anything she had ever experienced, floral and earthy at once, with hints of rain on stone and the green smell of new growth. "When I first came here," Kenji continued, "there was only one lantern. The one that hangs outside the door, you may have noticed it. Simple white paper with a flame that never gutters. My teacher, old Master Lin, told me that this single lantern was enough to illuminate the entire world, if one knew how to look at it properly." May sipped her tea, feeling warmth spread through her chest. "How long have you been here?" "Time moves differently in this place," Kenji replied. "I came here as a young man, full of questions and urgency. Master Lin was already ancient then, with hands like gnarled roots and eyes that seemed to hold all the seasons at once. He taught me that the most important light is not the one that blazes brightest, but the one that burns most steadily. Through the window, May watched a cat pick its way delicately through the garden, pausing to sniff at the base of various lanterns. It was a calico, with patches of orange and black and white that seemed to shift and flow in the lantern light like a living sunset. "That's Moonbeam," Kenji said, noticing her gaze. "She appeared here 3 winters ago, half-starved and suspicious of kindness. Now she helps me tend the garden. Cats, I've discovered, have an innate understanding of which lanterns need the most attention." As if summoned by their conversation, Moonbeam appeared at the window, pressing her face against the glass with a soft mew. Kenji rose and opened the window, and the cat flowed inside like liquid starlight, immediately making her way to May and beginning to purr a sound like gentle thunder, warming and comforting. "She likes you," Kenji observed. "Moonbeam is an excellent judge of character. She only purrs for people who carry stillness in their hearts." May found herself stroking the cat's soft fur, surprised by how natural it felt. "I don't think I carry much stillness," she admitted. "My life is complicated, always rushing from one thing to the next, always worried about what hasn't been done yet." Kenji refilled her cup, the tea somehow even more fragrant than the first pouring. "Would you like to help me with the evening rounds?" he asked. "Each night, I walk through the gardens to tend the lanterns, adjusting wicks, replacing those that have burned out, adding new ones where they're needed. It's simple work, but I find it helps settle the mind." The invitation felt like a gift, and May found herself nodding before she had consciously decided to accept. Together, they finished their tea in comfortable silence, the only sounds the gentle bubbling of the kettle and Moonbeam's contented purring. When they rose to leave, Kenji gathered a small wicker basket filled with supplies, extra candles, a small container of oil, tiny scissors for trimming wicks, and a collection of paper lanterns in various colors, folded flat and ready to be assembled. He handed May a smaller basket containing replacement candles, their wax pale and smooth in the lantern light. "Master Lin used to say that we don't really tend the lanterns," Kenji explained as they stepped out into the garden. "Rather, we tend ourselves, and the lanterns simply reflect the quality of our attention." The evening air was cool against May's skin, carrying the scents of night-blooming flowers and the distant fragrance of pine. Above them, the first stars were appearing, their light mingling with the warm glow of the lanterns to create a canopy of gentle illumination. They began their rounds at the eastern edge of the garden, where lanterns hung from the branches of an ancient cherry tree. Even though it was not the season for blossoms, May could almost see ghost flowers among the leaves, as if the tree remembered every spring it had ever celebrated. Kenji approached each lantern with the same careful attention he had given to preparing the tea. He would pause before it, studying the flame, checking the paper for wear, adjusting the position if the evening breeze had shifted it. When he found one with a flickering wick, he would cup his hands around it protectively while making the necessary adjustments, as if shielding a living thing from harm. "This one was lit by a young woman who came here 5 years ago," he said, indicating a lantern painted with delicate birds in flight. She had just lost her grandmother and was struggling to understand how love could continue after loss. She painted these birds to represent all the words she wished she had said, all the conversations she thought were lost forever. May watched as Kenji carefully trimmed the wick and adjusted the candle. The flame steadied, casting the painted birds into gentle relief against the paper. "What happened to her?" "She visits sometimes," Kenji replied, "always in spring, when the cherry blossoms bloom. She sits by this tree and talks to her grandmother, and I think the old woman hears every word. Love, I've learned, is not diminished by distance or time. It simply changes form, like water becoming mist." They moved deeper into the garden, following paths that seemed to emerge from the landscape itself rather than being imposed upon it. Each lantern they encountered had its own story, its own purpose. Some were simple lights to guide travelers safely home. Others were complex works of art, covered in intricate paintings or calligraphy that spoke of deep meditation and patient craftsmanship. In a grove of bamboo, they found a lantern that had gone out, its candle burned down to a small puddle of wax. Kenji removed the old candle with gentle movements and selected a new one from May's basket. As he lit it from a nearby flame, the bamboo around them seemed to sigh in contentment, the sound of wind through the green stalks creating a natural music. "Each flame is connected to every other flame," Kenji explained as they watched the new light take hold. "When we light one, we kindle something in all the others. When one goes out, we feel its absence as a momentary dimming, but then the others shine a little brighter to compensate." Moonbeam had followed them on their rounds, sometimes leading the way, sometimes lagging behind to investigate interesting scents or to simply sit and observe their work. Now she appeared beside a cluster of lanterns near a small pond, where lily pads floated like green medallions on the dark water. She was staring intently at one particular lantern, a simple blue one that hung low over the water's edge. "What is it, Moonbeam?" Kenji asked, approaching the lantern she had indicated. As he drew closer, May could see that the candle inside was burning unevenly, the flame leaning to one side as if pushed by an invisible wind. "Ah," Kenji said softly, "this one is carrying too heavy a burden." He carefully opened the lantern and extracted not just the candle, but a small piece of paper that had been folded and placed beside the flame. "Sometimes people leave their worries with the lanterns," he explained. "The paper absorbs their concerns, but if the worry is too heavy, it can affect the flame." He unfolded the paper carefully, reading the words written there. His expression grew gentle with compassion. A father, worried about his daughter who has moved far away to start her new life. He wants to protect her but knows he must let her find her own way. Kenji replaced the candle with a fresh one and refolded the paper, but this time he placed it beneath the lantern's base rather than beside the flame. "Heavy worries need to be grounded," he explained, "close enough to the light to be seen and acknowledged, but not so close that they disturbed the flame's natural movement. As they continued their rounds, May found herself falling into the rhythm of the work. Each lantern required its own particular attention, its own small ceremony of care. Some needed new candles, others simply needed their glass cleaned or their position adjusted. A few required more complex attention, rewiring or new paper, or careful repairs to their frames. "How do you know what each one needs?" May asked as she watched Kenji coax a stubborn flame back to steady burning. "The same way you know when a friend is troubled," he replied. "You pay attention, you listen with more than your ears, you see with more than your eyes. Each flame has its own voice, its own way of asking for help." In a far corner of the garden, they came upon a section that seemed different from the rest. Here, the lanterns were larger, more elaborate, and they hung in precise patterns that created geometric shapes of light against the darkness. At the center of this arrangement was a lantern unlike any of the others, tall and narrow, made of what looked like crystalline glass that caught and refracted the surrounding light into rainbow patterns. "This is where I come when I need to remember," Kenji said, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "Master Lin taught me that there are some lessons too important to be kept in just one mind, too precious to risk losing. So we embed them in light, in pattern, in the careful arrangement of illumination." May found herself drawn to the crystal lantern at the center. As she looked into it, the light seemed to shift and move, creating patterns that reminded her of flowing water, of wind through wheat fields, of the way sunlight filters through leaves. "What lesson is kept here?" Kenji was quiet for a long moment, standing beside her in the circle of rainbow light. "That there is no separation between the tender and the tended," he said finally. "That every act of caring changes both the giver and the receiver. That light shared is not diminished but multiplied." They completed their circuit of the garden as the night deepened around them, the lanterns now burning with renewed steadiness. The work had taken several hours, but May felt as if no time had passed at all, as if she had been existing in a space outside of time's usual constraints. As they made their way back toward the tea house, moonbeam weaving between their feet like a living ribbon, Kenji paused beside a small workshop tucked between two flowering bushes. "Would you like to make a lantern?" he asked. "There's something peaceful about creating light with your own hands." The workshop was small but perfectly organized, with tools and materials arranged on wooden shelves worn smooth by decades of use. Rolls of rice paper in every color imaginable, bamboo strips for framing, brushes and inks, scissors and glue made from rice paste, candles of various sizes, and spools of fine wire for hanging. Kenji showed May how to select and cut the bamboo strips, how to fit them together into a simple frame. His hands moved with practiced ease, but he encouraged her to work at her own pace, to let the lantern find its own shape rather than forcing it into a predetermined form. Master Lin used to say that the best lanterns are the ones that surprise their makers, he explained as May carefully fitted the strips together. "We begin with an intention, but we must remain open to what wants to emerge." As May worked, she found her mind growing quiet in a way it rarely did. The simple repetition of measuring, cutting, fitting, adjusting seemed to wash away the accumulated tensions of weeks and months. Her breathing slowed, her movements became more deliberate, and she began to understand what Kenji meant about tending herself through the act of tending the lanterns. When the frame was complete, they selected paper together. May found herself drawn to a pale green sheet, the color of new leaves, with a subtle texture that seemed to hold light in its fibers. As they stretched the paper over the frame, securing it with rice paste applied with tiny brushes, she felt a deep satisfaction in the simple act of creation. "Now comes the most important part," Kenji said, offering her a selection of brushes and a palette of inks. "What would you like your lantern to carry into the world?" May considered this question as she held the brush, feeling its weight and balance. What message did she want to send out into the darkness? What light did she want to kindle? Without conscious decision, she began to paint. Simple shapes at first, circles and flowing lines that seemed to emerge from some deep well of memory. As she worked, the shapes began to resolve into something recognizable, a winding path disappearing into distant mountains, with a small figure walking along it, surrounded by points of light that might have been stars or lanterns or fireflies. "The journey that brought me here," she said softly, stepping back to look at her work. The painting was simple but somehow complete, carrying within its few brushstrokes a sense of movement and wonder and the promise of discoveries yet to come. Kenji nodded approvingly. "Every journey begins with a single step into the unknown," he said, "and every step is illuminated by the lights that others have kindled before us." They assembled the lantern carefully, fitting a small candle into its base and adjusting the wire for hanging. When Kenji lit the candle, May's painting came alive, the painted path seeming to glow and beckon in the warm light. "Where shall we hang it?" Kenji asked. May looked around the workshop, then toward the garden beyond. "Somewhere it can guide other travelers," she said. "Somewhere they'll know they're on the right path." Together, they carried the lantern to the entrance of the garden, where the red gate stood open to the mountain path beyond. Kenji helped her hang it from a branch that arched over the gateway, positioning it so that its light would be visible to anyone approaching from the mountain path. As they stepped back to admire their work, May felt a deep sense of completion, as if something that had been seeking expression for a long time had finally found its voice. "It's beautiful," she said, and meant it. "All light is beautiful," Kenji replied. "The important thing is not the beauty, but the willingness to shine." They walked back through the garden together, past all the lanterns they had tended, past the peaceful groves and flower-lined paths. The tea house glowed before them like a beacon, its own lanterns casting warm pools of light on the surrounding ground. Inside, Kenji prepared another pot of tea, this one from different leaves, something with the scent of night-blooming flowers and the deep, earthy smell of moss after rain. They sat by the window again, Moonbeam curling up in May's lap with a contented sigh. "I should probably think about heading back," May said, though the words felt strange in her mouth. part of her couldn't remember exactly what she was supposed to return to, and another part had no desire to leave this place of lanterns and gentle wisdom. Kenji smiled. "The path will be here whenever you're ready to take it," he said. "But perhaps you'd like to stay for just a little while longer. There's something I'd like to show you before you go." May found herself nodding, curious despite the late hour. Kenji rose and beckoned her to follow him to a door she hadn't noticed before, hidden behind a screen painted with flying cranes. It opened onto a small balcony that overlooked the entire garden from above. From this vantage point, the full scope of Kenji's work was visible. The lanterns weren't randomly scattered as she had first thought, but formed intricate patterns, spirals and mandalas, and flowing rivers of light that turned the garden into a vast work of art. Some areas pulsed with warm golden light, others glowed cool blue or soft green. The overall effect was breathtaking, like looking down at a living constellation that had settled into the mountain valley. Each light represents a moment when someone chose hope over despair, Kenji said softly, a decision to kindle something beautiful rather than curse the darkness. Together they create something larger than the sum of their parts. May stood transfixed, understanding for the first time the true scope of what she had witnessed. This wasn't just a garden with pretty lanterns, it was a living testament to the power of accumulated small kindnesses, of patient tending, of the decision to create light in the world. "How many people have contributed to this?" she asked. "I stopped counting years ago," Kenji replied, "but I think that's not really the right question. The better question might be, how many moments of beauty and peace have been created by their decision to add their light to the whole?" They stood in comfortable silence, watching the gentle dance of light and shadow below. Occasionally a lantern would flicker as a breeze touched it, creating ripples of illumination that spread outward like waves on a pond. "I have a confession," May said after a while. "I'm not entirely sure how I got here tonight, or even where here is exactly. I was walking on what I thought was a familiar path, and then you found yourself somewhere unexpected," Kenji finished. "This happens more often than you might think. Sometimes we discover that we've been looking for something without knowing we were looking for it, and the world conspires to help us find it. But what was I looking for?" Kenji considered this question, watching a group of fireflies dance among the lanterns below. "Perhaps," he said gently, "you were looking for a reminder that there's still beauty in the world, that there are still places where time moves slowly and kindness matters more than efficiency, that there are still people who dedicate their lives to tending small flames rather than building great bonfires." His words resonated through May like the note of a temple bell, clear and true, and somehow familiar. She realized that this was exactly what she had been searching for without knowing it, this sense of peace, this reminder that life could be lived differently, more slowly, with greater attention to the small, miraculous moments that usually passed unnoticed. "Will I be able to find my way back?" she asked. "The path that brought you here will take you wherever you need to go," Kenji assured her. "But remember, you carry a lantern now too." The light you've kindled tonight will go with you, and it will help guide others who are looking for their own way through the darkness. As if summoned by his words, May felt a gentle tiredness beginning to settle over her, not the exhausted collapse that usually marked the end of her days, but a peaceful readiness for rest. The kind of tiredness that comes after meaningful work, after time spent in good company, after the soul has been fed. "I think," she said softly, "I'm ready to head home now." Kenji nodded and led her back through the tea house. He prepared a small paper bag with tea leaves, "the same blend we shared tonight," he explained, and tucked in a small wrapped package that felt like a candle. At the door, Moonbeam appeared as if to bid farewell, rubbing against May's legs with a purr that seemed to say, "Thank you for the evening." May scratched behind the cat's ears, feeling a rush of affection for this small creature who had accepted her so readily. "Remember," Kenji said as he walked with her to the garden gate, "every light matters. The lamp in your window, the candle on your table, the kindness you show to strangers, they're all part of the same illumination." At the gate, May turned to look back at the garden one more time. The lantern she had made glowed gently above the entrance, its painted path seeming to beckon to future travelers. The sight filled her with a quiet joy that felt like a flame kindled in her chest. "Thank you," she said, though the words felt inadequate for all that had been given to her this evening. "Thank you," Kenji replied, "for adding your light to ours." The mountain path stretched away from the garden, illuminated by starlight and the gentle glow spilling from the lanterns behind her. As May began to walk, she found that her steps felt lighter, more purposeful. The path seemed familiar now, as if it had been waiting for her to recognize it. Behind her, the garden settled into its nighttime rhythm. Kenji would complete his evening rounds, checking each light one final time before retiring to his small room above the tea house. Moonbeam would patrol the gardens, her keen senses alert for any lanterns that might need attention during the night hours, and the lights themselves would continue their gentle vigil, casting circles of warmth and welcome into the darkness, ready to guide any traveler who might find their way to this hidden valley. As May walked, she realized that something fundamental had shifted within her. The urgent anxiety that had driven her for so long had been replaced by something quieter but stronger, a sense of purpose rooted not in achievement but in presence, not in accumulation but in tending. The path curved downward now, leading her back toward the world she had temporarily left behind. But she carried with her the memory of lantern light dancing on water, of kind eyes crinkling with gentle humor, of the satisfaction of creating something beautiful with her own hands. She carried the scent of night-blooming flowers and the sound of bamboo whispering in the wind. Most importantly, she carried the knowledge that there were places in the world where time moved differently, where patient kindness was valued over quick success, where the simple act of tending a flame could be a form of prayer. The lights of the valley below began to come into view, house windows glowing, warm and welcoming, street lamps marking the familiar roads. But now these lights looked different to her. part of the same great constellation of human kindness that included Kenji's garden. Each window represented someone's choice to create a beacon against the darkness, someone's decision to make their small corner of the world a little brighter. As she reached the valley floor and found her way back to familiar streets, May realized that she remembered now where she had been going when she first found the mountain path. She had been walking to clear her mind after a particularly difficult day, hoping that movement would help sort through the tangle of worries and obligations that seemed to define her life. But what she had found instead was much more valuable, a reminder that there were other ways to live, other rhythms to follow, that life could be approached as a garden to be tended rather than a mountain to be conquered. Her apartment building came into view, its windows glowing like a modest collection of lanterns. As she climbed the stairs to her floor, May felt the small package Kenji had given her, solid and reassuring in her pocket. Inside her apartment, she unwrapped it to find a simple white candle, hand-dipped and smooth, along with a small note written in elegant calligraphy, "For lighting your own lanterns." She placed the candle in a small glass holder on her kitchen table and lit it, watching as the flame steadied and grew. In its light, her apartment looked different, not stark or empty as it sometimes seemed, but peaceful, ready to be filled with the gentle rhythms of a more mindful life. As she prepared for sleep, May found herself moving more slowly, more deliberately. She brewed a cup of the tea Kenji had given her, savoring its complex fragrance. She folded her clothes carefully instead of leaving them in a pile. She opened her window to let in the night air, with its hint of distant gardens and the promise of morning. When she finally slipped between her sheets, May felt a peace she hadn't experienced in years. Outside, the city hummed with its usual energy, but she no longer felt overwhelmed by its demands. Instead, she felt connected to something larger, to all the gentle lights burning in windows around the world, to all the quiet keepers tending their small flames, to the vast network of kindness that connected every illuminated moment. As sleep began to claim her, May made a silent promise to herself. Tomorrow, she would look for opportunities to kindle her own small lights. She would move more slowly, speak more kindly, pay attention to the details that usually escaped her notice. She would remember that every act of tenderness was a lantern lit against the darkness, every moment of patience a flame added to the great constellation of human care. And someday, when the time was right, she would return to that hidden valley. She would walk the mountain path again, carrying new lights to add to Kenji's garden. She would sit by the window of the tea house, watching the lanterns dance in the evening breeze, and she would add her own story to the collection of gentle wisdom that resided there among the bamboo groves and flowering paths. But for now, it was enough to rest in the glow of the candle on her table, to feel the soft weight of Kenji's tea warming her from within, to know that somewhere in the mountains, an old man and his cat were tending lights that would burn through the night, ready to guide any traveler who might need their gentle illumination. Outside her window, the first light of dawn was beginning to touch the horizon, but May drifted into sleep before she could see it. In her dreams, She walked again through gardens filled with lanterns, each one glowing with the accumulated kindness of everyone who had ever chosen to add their light to the darkness. And in those dreams, she was both the traveler finding her way and the keeper tending the flames, both the seeker and the sought, both the question and the gentle, luminous answer. The candle on her table burned steadily through the remaining hours of night, casting its small circle of warmth into the darkness, adding its voice to the vast, quiet chorus of lights that connected every sleeping soul to every other, until the whole world seemed to glow with the soft radiance of tended flame. The magical bookshop that only opens during the blue hour, a peaceful Zen sleep story. As the sun began its gentle descent behind the rolling hills, painting the world in shades of amber and rose, a young fox named Kitsune paused at the edge of a cobblestone path she had never seen before. Her russet fur caught the fading light, and her dark eyes, bright with the intelligence that had carried her through countless adventures across mountain and valley, reflected the first hints of evening's approach. Kitsune was known throughout the countryside for her quick wit and boundless curiosity. She had outsmarted hungry wolves, solved riddles for ancient spirits, and helped lost travelers find their way home. But tonight, as the air grew soft and cool around her, she felt the gentle weight of all those adventures settling into her small frame. Her paws were dusty from long miles of walking, and her heart carried the quiet satisfaction of good deeds done, but also a deep longing for stillness. The cobblestone path before her seemed to shimmer in the approaching twilight, each stone worn smooth by countless footsteps and glazed with the first kiss of evening dew. Ancient oak trees lined either side, their leaves beginning to whisper secrets to the breeze, not the sharp, urgent rustle of day, but the soft, contemplative murmur that came only at this magical hour when day surrendered to night. As Kitsune followed the winding path, the scent of something wonderful reached her sensitive nose, the deep, comforting aroma of old paper and leather bindings, mixed with the subtle fragrance of chamomile tea and beeswax candles. It was a scent that spoke of wisdom gathered and stories treasured, of quiet corners where thoughts could unfold like flower petals in morning dew. The path curved gently to the right, and there, nestled between two enormous willow trees whose branches created a natural archway, stood the most enchanting bookshop Kitsune had ever seen. The building seemed to have grown from the earth itself, its walls made of weathered stone that glowed warm and golden in the dying light. Ivy cascaded down from window boxes filled with night-blooming jasmine, and the heavy wooden door stood slightly ajar, as if inviting weary travelers to step inside. Above the door, a hand-painted sign swayed gently in the evening breeze, the twilight tome where stories come to rest. But it was not just the charming appearance of the shop that drew Kitsune forward. It was the way the very air around it seemed to hum with peaceful energy, as if this place existed specifically to offer sanctuary to those who had journeyed far and carried much. Kitsune approached the door slowly, her paws making barely a whisper against the smooth stones of the threshold. As she nudged the door open with her nose, a small brass bell gave the softest chime, not the bright, cheerful ding of day, but a low, melodious note that seemed to resonate in her chest and slow her heartbeat to a more restful rhythm. The interior of the twilight tome exceeded even Kitsune's vivid imagination. The space was larger than seemed possible from the outside, with towering shelves that reached toward a vaulted ceiling, painted the deep blue purple of the approaching night sky. Books of every size and age lined the walls, some bound in rich leather that had grown soft with handling, others wrapped in silk covers that caught the light like captured moonbeams. But it was the light itself that made Kitsune catch her breath in wonder. Instead of harsh electric bulbs or flickering torches, the bookshop was illuminated by hundreds of softly glowing orbs that floated gently through the air like captured fireflies. Each orb cast a warm, golden circle of light that was perfectly suited for reading, but never so bright as to disturb the shop's essential tranquility. The blue hour was beginning in earnest now, and through the large windows that lined the shop's walls, Kitsune could see the world outside transforming. The sky deepened from pale gold to lavender, then to the rich, velvety blue that gave this magical time its name. It was neither fully day nor completely night, but something altogether more mystical, a time when the ordinary world seemed to pause and allow space for wonder. An elderly woman emerged from behind a counter crafted from a single massive tree stump, its surface polished to a warm shine and covered with a soft cloth, the color of deep forest moss. She had silver hair that caught the floating lights like spun moonbeams, and eyes that twinkled with the kind of wisdom that came from reading thousands of stories and understanding the human heart. "Welcome, dear one," she said, her voice as soft and comforting as the rustle of turning pages. "I am Sage, keeper of this sanctuary of stories. You look as though you've traveled far and carry much." Kitsune settled onto her haunches, feeling suddenly shy. "I am Kitsune," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I have been wandering for many moons, helping where I could, learning what I might. But tonight," she paused, searching for the right words. "Tonight I find myself longing for stillness, for peace." Sage nodded with understanding that seemed to reach deep into Kitsune's weary soul. "The blue hour calls to those who have given much of themselves to the world," she said gently. "It offers a time of rest, of gathering one's scattered thoughts like flowers into a bouquet. Would you like to explore? The shop has many quiet corners, and each book here has been chosen for its ability to soothe rather than excite." With a grateful dip of her head, Kitsune began to wander through the magical space. Her paws sank slightly into rugs so soft they felt like walking on clouds, some woven in patterns of deep midnight blue scattered with silver stars, others in the warm browns and golds of autumn leaves. The shop seemed to shift and adjust itself around her, passages opening to reveal new alcoves, stairs appearing when she felt drawn to explore the upper levels. In one corner, she discovered a reading nook that seemed designed specifically for creatures of her size. A low table made from polished driftwood held a steaming cup of tea that smelled of chamomile and honey, while cushions covered in fabric that felt like the softest moss invited her to curl up and rest. Above, a small window looked out onto a garden where night-blooming flowers were just beginning to open their petals to the darkening sky. But Kitsune was not quite ready to settle. Something deeper called to her, a need not just for rest, but for the kind of profound peace that came from understanding one's place in the great tapestry of existence. She padded deeper into the shop, following a path that seemed to glow faintly beneath her paws. She found herself in a circular room she was certain hadn't existed moments before, its walls lined with books that seemed to pulse gently with inner light. In the center of the room sat a fountain made of what appeared to be crystallized moonlight, its waters flowing without sound, but somehow filling the air with the sense of gentle movement. The ceiling above was transparent, revealing the night sky where the first stars were beginning to appear like scattered diamonds on dark velvet. It was here, in this most magical of spaces, that Kitsune finally understood what she had been seeking. Not just rest for her tired body, but healing for a spirit that had given so much of itself in service to others that it had almost forgotten how to simply be. She approached one of the glowing books, and as if sensing her need, it fell gently into her paws. The cover was soft as silk and warm to the touch, inscribed with characters that seemed to shift and dance in the ethereal light. When she opened it, she found not words but images that flowed like water across the pages, scenes of foxes like herself, wise and clever, but also shown in moments of quiet contemplation. One image showed a fox sitting beneath a cherry tree in full bloom, simply watching the petals fall like snow. Another depicted a fox curled by a stream, listening to the water's gentle song. A third showed a fox gazing up at the star-filled sky with an expression of pure wonder and gratitude. As Kitsune turned each page, she felt something tight in her chest begin to loosen. These images spoke to a part of her she had almost forgotten, the part that found joy not in solving problems or helping others, but simply in existing as part of the beautiful, interconnected web of life. The fountain's soundless waters caught her attention, and she approached its edge. The surface was so still it might have been polished silver, but as she gazed into its depths, she saw not her own reflection, but something far more profound. She saw herself as she truly was, not just the clever trickster of legend, not just the helpful wanderer, but a being of infinite worth simply because she existed. The realization washed over her like warm honey, sweet and golden and healing. She had spent so long defining herself by what she could do for others that she had forgotten the deeper truth. She was precious simply for being herself, no achievements or good deeds required. Kitsune set the magical book carefully on the fountain's edge and settled onto the soft carpet beside the crystalline waters. Through the transparent ceiling, the blue hour was reaching its peak, that magical time when the sky held equal parts day and night, creating a sense of perfect balance and infinite possibility. She closed her eyes and let herself simply breathe. The air in the circular room was perfectly still. carrying only the faintest scents of lavender and sandalwood. Her heartbeat slowed to match some ancient rhythm that seemed to pulse through the very foundations of the bookshop, as if the building itself was breathing with her, holding her in its gentle embrace. Time seemed to pause entirely. Minutes might have passed, or hours in this magical place. Such distinctions felt meaningless. What mattered was the deep sense of restoration that was flowing through her like cool water through parched earth. Every adventure she had ever undertaken, every kindness she had ever shown, every moment of loneliness or uncertainty she had ever experienced, all of it was being transformed into something beautiful and whole. When she finally opened her eyes, the sky above had deepened to true night, scattered with stars that seemed unusually bright and close. But the transition from blue hour to full darkness had been so gradual, so gentle, that she felt as though she had been cradled through it by loving hands. Sage appeared at her side as if summoned by her thoughts, carrying a tray that held not just one but 2 cups of the fragrant tea. She settled gracefully beside the fountain, her movements fluid and peaceful. The blue hour has special gifts for those who know how to receive them, Sage said softly, offering Kitsune one of the cups. The ceramic was warm and smooth, painted with tiny stars that seemed to twinkle in the room's gentle light. Kitsune accepted the tea gratefully, wrapping her paws around the cup and breathing in the soothing aroma. I feel different, she said wonderingly, as if I've remembered something important that I had forgotten. The value of simply being, Sage nodded. It's the lesson the blue hour offers most generously. In the rushing of day, we forget that our worth isn't measured by our doing, but by our being. The twilight reminds us that there is profound beauty in stillness, in presence, in allowing ourselves to exist without purpose or goal, simply because existence itself is a miracle. They sat in comfortable silence, sipping their tea and watching the stars grow brighter through the crystal ceiling. The fountain beside them seemed to pulse gently with inner light, its waters reflecting the starshine in patterns that shifted like living constellations. I have been so focused on helping others, Kitsune mused, her voice soft with newfound understanding, that I forgot to offer the same kindness to myself. I forgot that rest is not selfishness but necessity, that peace is not laziness but wisdom. Sage smiled, her eyes twinkling with gentle approval. And now that you've remembered, this gift will travel with you. No matter where your path leads, no matter what adventures call to you, you'll carry within yourself this sanctuary of peace. The blue hour doesn't exist only in places like this shop, it lives within all who have learned to honor their own sacred stillness. As if in response to her words, the circular room began to change around them. The walls became transparent, revealing not the interior of the bookshop, but a vast garden that stretched as far as the eye could see. Ancient trees created gentle clearings where moonlight pooled like silver water, and paths of smooth stones meandered between beds of night-blooming flowers that filled the air with their sweet perfume. "Would you like to walk?" Sage asked, rising gracefully to her feet. "The garden has much to show you." Kitsune set down her empty cup and stretched, feeling more rested than she had in moons, despite having done nothing but sit and breathe. Her muscles felt loose and warm, her mind clear and peaceful. She followed Sage through what had been a wall but was now an archway covered in flowering vines. The garden was impossibly vast, filled with every kind of peaceful beauty Kitsune could imagine. They walked past a grove of bamboo that whispered ancient songs in the night breeze, beside a stream so clear she could see smooth pebbles on its bottom, glinting like jewels in the starlight. Fish swam lazily in the deeper pools, their silver scales catching the moon's reflection and scattering it into dancing points of light. Every soul who finds their way to the twilight tome during the blue hour leaves something of themselves here, Sage explained, as they walked slowly along the winding paths. And in return, they take something of this peace with them. The garden grows more beautiful with each visitor, each person's essence of tranquility adding to the whole. They paused beside a grove of cherry trees, their branches heavy with blossoms that seemed to glow with inner light. As a gentle breeze stirred the air, petals drifted down like snow, each one landing without sound on the soft grass beneath their feet. Kitsune stood perfectly still, watching the falling petals with an expression of pure wonder. In their gentle descent, she saw a perfect metaphor for the lesson she had learned tonight, that there was profound beauty in letting go, in allowing oneself to simply be without struggling or striving. "I understand now," she whispered, her voice filled with quiet awe. "Peace is not something to be achieved or earned, it's something to be received, like these petals falling from the sky." Sage nodded approvingly. "And like the petals, peace is always available to us, constantly falling around us like gentle rain. We need only open our hearts to receive it." They continued their slow walk through the enchanted garden, past beds of night-blooming jasmine whose fragrance seemed to carry whispered lullabies, beside small waterfalls that created the most soothing music Kitsune had ever heard. The air was a symphony of soft scents, the earthy aroma of damp soil mingled with the sweet perfume of unseen blossoms, a heady, calming mixture that worked its magic on her restless spirit. With each step she felt more of her scattered, restless energy transforming into a deep, abiding calm. It was as if the garden itself was gently gathering up the frayed ends of her soul and weaving them back into a single, strong thread. The pebbles beneath her paws felt cool and smooth, each one a small point of grounding in the immense, beautiful space. Eventually, they came to a hilltop clearing, where an ancient oak tree spread its massive, gnarled branches over a carpet of the softest, greenest moss. Pillows and cushions in shades of deep blue and silver were arranged beneath the tree's protective canopy, creating the most inviting resting place imaginable. The air here was cooler, fresher, tinged with the ancient wisdom of the tree. A sense of timelessness settled over the clearing, a quiet hum that spoke of centuries of life and stillness. "This is where many of our visitors choose to spend their final hours with us," Sage said gently, her voice a low, melodic murmur. "The tree is very old and very wise." It has watched over countless souls as they found their peace. Sage's words weren't sad, but rather filled with a quiet reverence, a deep understanding of the cycle of life and rest. Kitsune approached the great oak with a profound sense of reverence, placing a paw against its deeply grooved bark. Immediately, she felt a sensation of profound rootedness, as if the tree's deep connection to the earth, its anchor in time and space, was flowing into her own spirit. The trunk was warm despite the cool night air, and she could almost feel the slow, steady heartbeat of the ancient tree pulsing against her paw, a gentle, rhythmic thrum that mirrored her own calming breath. It was a communication that transcended words, a shared understanding of life and endurance. "May I?" she asked softly, and though no voice answered, she felt a warm, undeniable sense of welcome emanating from the oak, a silent invitation to rest. She curled up among the cushions at the tree's base, her russet fur blending beautifully with the autumnal colors of the fabric. Above her, the oak's leaves rustled with the gentlest whisper, a natural lullaby that seemed to synchronize with her breathing, slowing it, deepening it. The cushions cradled her, a soft nest of comfort and security. Sage settled nearby, her back against the tree trunk, her eyes closed in peaceful meditation. The garden stretched out below them, a tapestry of gentle sounds and soft light, while above, the star-filled sky seemed so close she could almost reach out and trace the constellations with a fingertip. The world felt perfectly balanced, the earth below and the cosmos above, and Kitsune was at the exact center of it all. "Tell me," Kitsune said drowsily, her voice growing soft with approaching sleep, "will I remember this place when I wake?" She was afraid the peace would vanish with the coming dawn, that this perfect moment would become nothing more than a fleeting dream. "You will remember the peace," Sage replied, her voice as gentle as the night breeze rustling through the leaves. "That is the true gift of the blue hour, not the memory of a place, but the feeling of coming home to yourself. The details of the garden may fade, the scents and sounds may soften, but the feeling of tranquility, that sense of deep belonging, will become a part of who you are. Wherever you go, whatever adventures call to you, you'll carry this sanctuary within your heart." Kitsune felt her eyelids growing heavy, but instead of fighting the approaching sleep, she welcomed it with profound gratitude. For the first time in countless moons, she was not falling asleep from exhaustion, but from true peace, the deep, restorative rest that came from knowing she was exactly where and who she was meant to be. It was a rest earned not through a long journey, but through a deep surrender to the present moment. The last thing she saw before sleep claimed her was the gentle pulsing of fireflies among the oak's branches, their soft light creating patterns that seemed to tell stories of their own, silent tales of light and life. The last thing she heard was the tree's ancient whisper, a low, comforting hum carrying words of blessing and protection that would guard her dreams through the night. The garden's magic was not loud or demanding, but subtle and profound, seeping into her very being. As Kitsune slept beneath the starlit sky, wrapped in the embrace of the ancient oak and surrounded by the beauty of the eternal garden, Her spirit underwent the deepest healing she had ever known. All the scattered pieces of herself, the clever trickster who loved a good puzzle, the helpful wanderer who sought to aid others, the tired traveler who had been searching for so long, the seeker of peace who had finally found it, came together into a perfect, harmonious whole. There was no longer a need to be one thing or another. She could be all of it, a complete and beautiful mosaic. She dreamed of running through meadows filled with wild flowers, not because she was fleeing or pursuing, but simply for the pure, unadulterated joy of movement. She dreamed of sitting by countless streams, watching the water flow and understanding in her bones the profound truth that she, like the water, was part of something infinitely vast and beautiful. She was a river, a journey, a continuation, and a part of the greater whole. When dawn's first light began to touch the edges of the sky, painting the world in soft pastels of rose and gold, Kitsune stirred gently in her nest of cushions. But she woke not with the jarring alertness of one who has slept fitfully, but with the peaceful awareness of someone who has been perfectly restored, body, mind, and spirit. The garden around her was beginning to fade like mist touched by sunlight, but instead of feeling a sense of loss, Kitsune felt only gratitude. She understood now that the magic had never been in the place itself, but in her willingness to receive its gifts. The twilight tome, the circular room, the enchanted garden, all of these had been mirrors, reflecting back to her the peace that had always existed within her own heart. The external world had simply shown her what was already there, waiting to be found. Sage was gone, but in her place was a small gift wrapped in silk, the color of the night sky. When Kitsune opened it with careful paws, she found a tiny crystal pendant that caught the morning light and scattered it into rainbow patterns. Attached was a note written in flowing script. Dear Kitsune, may you carry the blue hour's peace with you always. Remember, you are not just the good you do, but the light you are. The sanctuary travels with you now. S. As the garden completed its gentle fade into memory, Kitsune found herself back on the cobblestone path where her evening journey had begun. But she was not the same fox who had arrived here tired and seeking. She carried within herself now an unshakable knowing that peace was her birthright, that rest was sacred, and that sometimes the greatest adventure was simply allowing oneself to be perfectly, completely still. With the crystal pendant warming against her chest and the first songbirds beginning their morning chorus, Kitsune set off down the path with a light heart and peaceful spirit. Whatever adventures awaited her, whatever souls she might help along the way, she would approach them from a place of inner fullness rather than restless seeking. For she had learned the greatest lesson of all, that true wisdom lay not in constantly doing, but in simply being perfectly, peacefully, completely herself. And somewhere, in the space between sleeping and waking, between one breath and the next, the blue hour continued to exist, ready to welcome any weary traveler who needed to remember the profound beauty of simply being alive. The Library Cat's Teaching, a Zen Tales sleep story. In the quiet hills beyond the valley of 7 streams, the morning mist did not merely hover, it was a living, breathing veil. It rose from the valley floor like a silent army of cloud, swirling through the bamboo groves until it pressed against the very foundation of the temple itself. These groves, tall and impossibly green, acted as natural flutes, catching the wind and turning it into a low, resonant sigh that was the first sound of every day. The air here was always cool, perpetually cleansed by the height and the flow of the mountain streams that fed the valley below. Stone lanterns, moss-covered and venerable, did more than mark the paths. They were silent guardians, their surfaces worn smooth by centuries of sandaled feet, not just those of the monks, but of pilgrims who sought the ancient wisdom held within. The temple library stood as a jewel set into this natural tapestry, its curved roof lines, sweeping upward with an effortless grace, were an architectural prayer designed to harmonize with the mountain peaks behind them. The wood of the walls, a silvery gray born of rain and sun, seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it, holding within it the whispered prayers of countless seasons. The temple's name, though rarely spoken aloud, was Hishokuji, the Temple of Hidden Light, a fitting title for a place that held the illumination of knowledge tucked away from the clamor of the world. Within these sacred halls lived Yuki, a small cat whose presence was so quiet, so integrated into the stillness, that she often went unnoticed by new visitors. Her fur, the color of winter moonlight, was a perfect camouflage against the aged scrolls and polished wood, soft white, touched with shadows of gray that were not true color, but an illusion of movement, shifting and dancing in the flickering light of oil lamps. Yuki's arrival was a tale often repeated, a small parable in itself. She had been a tiny, orphaned kitten, found beside a rapidly flowing mountain stream by a traveling monk who was returning from a pilgrimage to the distant coastal monasteries. The monk, sensing a spirit of quiet contemplation in the fragile creature, had carried her back in the voluminous folds of his saffron robes. Now, after many seasons of growth and silent observation, she had become an intrinsic part of the library's very essence, as irreplaceable as the ancient scrolls themselves. Her life was a gentle rhythm of sunbeams, silence, and the faint, sweet scent of incense and old paper. The library was Yuki's entire world, and it was a universe rich with texture and meaning. The tall shelves of cedar wood were the pillars of this world, rising from floor to ceiling, their grain a swirling history of growth, their surfaces polished by time and the casual brush of passing robes. They were laden with treasures, scrolls wrapped in silk of every imaginable hue. There was deep burgundy, the color of sunset over the valley, forest green, like the deep shadows in the bamboo grove, golden yellow that truly did resemble autumn leaves pressed flat, and a mesmerizing blue as deep as mountain lakes, a blue so intense it seemed to hold the reflected starlight of the midnight sky. Each of these silken bundles contained wisdom gathered across generations. They held poems about the changing seasons, charting the eternal cycle of life, death, and renewal, They held teachings on the nature of existence, complex philosophical treatises on the self and the void, and perhaps most beloved by the few who read them, stories of enlightenment found in the most ordinary moments, tales of washing rice, sweeping courtyards, or simply drinking tea. The space between the towering shelves was as sacred as the scrolls themselves. Here, low tables were set for study, holding the tools of scholarship and art. Brushes with handles of finely worked bamboo and smooth, cool jade rested beside inkstones carved from dark river rock. Small porcelain dishes for water, necessary for diluting the ink, sat catching the light, reflecting the cedar wood and the silk wrappers like mirrors, tiny portals to the stillness around them. The air itself was a gentle current of sensory experience. The subtle, warm fragrance of sandalwood incense burned continuously in small bronze holders shaped like mythical creatures, mixing with the more profound, earthy scent of old paper, the faint, dry aroma of wood pulp and thyme, and the ethereal sweetness of the plum blossoms that grew just outside the tall, latticed windows. This blend of scents was the breath of the library, perpetually calming, a gentle reminder of the natural world just beyond the walls and the world of thought within. It was here, among these treasures of wisdom, that Yuki had made her home. Her claimed corner was not arbitrary. It was the nexus where a low bookshelf met the wall, forming a perfect nook that provided both shelter and a commanding view. The silk cushion, a gift from the head librarian, Master Chen, was a luxurious deep purple with threads of gold, a tiny, regal throne for the temple's most silent observer. Master Chen, an elderly monk whose face was a roadmap of quiet smiles, had intuitively understood Yuki's special, almost reverent, connection to the sacred texts. From this vantage point, she was both perfectly comfortable and perfectly positioned to absorb the atmosphere of the entire library. On this particular evening, the air carried the crisp scent of an approaching chill as autumn painted the mountainside in glorious, fleeting shades of copper and gold. Yuki settled into her cushion with a fluid, graceful precision that only cats possess, folding her paws beneath her chest as if settling a long-practiced zazen posture. The library was transitioning. The last of the day's visitors had departed, their footsteps fading down the stone pathway until they were swallowed by the valley's quiet. The building had returned to its natural state of profound quiet, a silence so deep it seemed to hum. Master Chen, the keeper of the keys and the wisdom, moved through the halls with a silence born of practiced habit, his sandals barely disturbing the floorboards. He was ensuring that every scroll was properly secured, every lamp trimmed, before retiring to his simple chambers. The oil lamps flickered gently in their bronze holders, the only source of light, their weak flames casting dancing shadows that animated the library. These shadows made the elegant written characters on the nearby scrolls seem to shimmer and move, as if the ancient wisdom was struggling to escape the page. Through the tall windows, the first stars, pinpricks of light in a sky, the color of deep indigo silk, were becoming visible. The sound of the valley was minimal, a night bird in the gardens calling with a sound like silver bells, an ethereal note that quickly dissolved back into the surrounding silence. Yuki closed her amber eyes, a final sign that her world was retracting inward. She let her breathing slow, deliberately matching it to the rhythm of the temple itself. That deep, eternal pulse that seemed to flow from the very stones and the heartwood. This was her nightly meditation time, the moment dedicated to the art of simply being present. She had learned this not from a book or a teacher, but from years of observing the monk's dedication to stillness, and from some deeper wisdom that seemed to reside innately within her feline body. She was a master of Mushin no mind. As she settled deeper into this profound stillness, a gentle, exploratory breeze stirred through the library. It carried the damp, earthy scent of approaching rain and something else, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the very air that spoke of change, not necessarily threatening but inevitable. Yuki's delicate ears twitched slightly, a mere tremor in the moonlight-colored fur, but she remained perfectly in her peaceful posture. She knew, with the certainty of a creature who has watched seasons turn inside a timeless place, that change was nothing new here. It flowed through the library like water through a stream, constant, natural, and necessary. The breeze, a subtle herald of the rain, did not merely lift the scroll, it seemed to select it. It carried a single scroll from a nearby study table, spiraling it in a slow, silent descent. The scroll unrolled partway as it drifted, catching the air before coming to rest softly upon the smooth cedar floor. The paper was clearly ancient, its edges not crisp, but soft and worn with the tactile memory of countless hands and ages. As it settled, the elegant hand-painted characters caught the lamplight. They were not random, they were a verse, a poetic reminder. The text spoke of autumn leaves falling and linked their descent directly to the core Buddhist teaching of impermanence, anicca, how all things arise, exist for a time, and inevitably pass away. The text affirmed that this cycle was not a tragedy, but a truth. Each transition as natural and necessary as breathing. Yuki opened one amber eye to fully observe this small, meaningful event. In her early days, when the temple had been a new and overwhelming place, she would have been startled by such unexpected movement. Instinctively, she might have pounced on the scroll, treating the unrolling paper as a challenging prey or a delightful plaything. But years of living among these sacred texts had instilled in her a different, more contemplative response. She simply watched, her curiosity sharp but completely calm, as the scroll settled into its new temporary position. She understood without words that the scroll had moved itself from one state of being, coiled on a table, to another, unfurled on the floor. This gentle attention to unexpected moments had, in its own silent way, become one of Yuki's greatest teachings, though she was entirely unaware that she taught at all. The monks, attuned to the subtle movements of the world, often paused in their work specifically to watch her response to changes in her environment. They noted how she observed falling leaves through the windows with the exact same quiet interest she gave to sunrise, recognizing no hierarchy in moments of beauty. They saw how she accepted the rearrangement of furniture with equanimity, merely finding a new best place to nap, and how she greeted each new day as if it were both entirely familiar and completely fresh. As the night deepened, the rain began first as a nearly inaudible whisper against the wooden walls, then quickly building to a steady, powerful rhythm that seemed to turn the entire temple into a great, resonant drum. Each drop on the curved roof tiles added its voice to a symphony of water that had been playing, season after season, for centuries. The sound was hypnotic, a natural lullaby that made even the oil lamp flames seem to sway in drowsy contentment. Yuki felt her muscles relax completely, her small body becoming as soft and pliable as flowing water. This was one of her favorite times, these deep night hours, when the boundary between waking and sleeping became as fluid as mist. She was consciously aware of the rain, aware of the scroll lying open on the floor, aware of the gentle creaking of the wooden building as it settled further into the embrace of the storm. Yet she was also drifting in that peaceful, quiet space between thoughts. In this tranquil, drowsy state, memories arose like bubbles in still water, each one perfect and complete, before dissolving back into the depths of her consciousness. She remembered her first winter at the temple, a time when she had been small enough to curl up inside a large tea bowl for warmth and comfort. Master Chen had found her there one morning, a tiny ball of white and grey fur sleeping peacefully among the delicate implements for the tea ceremony. He hadn't scolded her, he had simply smiled and gently carried the bowl, with her still asleep inside, to a place near the warm Aurori hearth. "Ah, little one," Master Chen had whispered, his voice a low, warm current of affection that settled around the kitten. "You understand already. The bowl is empty, yet it contains everything. You are small, yet you fill all the space you need." He had not been speaking merely of the physical space. He was acknowledging the vast, quiet presence she held. This tiny moment became one of Yuki's foundational memories, a lesson in presence and paradox delivered by the wisest man she knew. She remembered the changing seasons that had marked her years in the library, each one a different chapter in the temple's story. Springs arrived with a rush of life, filling the air with the delicate perfume of cherry blossoms and the bright sound of returning birds that nested in the eaves. Summers were times of deep contemplation when the afternoon light poured through the tall windows in golden columns, making the ancient scrolls seem to glow from within with captured light and wisdom. Autumns were a time of visual poetry, painting the mountainside in vibrant hues and filling the gardens with the dry, satisfying rustle of fallen leaves. And winters, those profound, hushed times when a thick layer of snow muffled all sounds, and the library became a cave of warm light and peaceful shadows, a protected haven against the cold. Each season had brought its own gifts and, in turn, gently taken others away. New scrolls had been added to the collection, arriving carefully wrapped in the hands of traveling scholars or donated by wealthy benefactors from distant cities. Meanwhile, ancient scrolls had to be tended to with the utmost care as their paper began to yellow and crack. Their irreplaceable wisdom was transferred to fresh silk by Master Chen's steady hand before the old, fragile carrier was allowed to dissolve back into the elements from which it originally came, a perfect, tangible example of impermanence in practice. Yuki had witnessed all of these transitions, the arrival, the decay, the preservation, with the same gentle acceptance she now brought to the scroll lying open on the floor. She had learned, without anyone teaching her directly, that change was not something to resist, but something to embrace as naturally as breathing. The library itself was her most profound teacher in this, showing her daily how the essential wisdom could be preserved even as its containers transformed, and how the essential truth remained even as its expression evolved. The rain continued its steady, mesmerizing song against the roof tiles, and somewhere deep in its rhythm, Yuki began to hear something entirely new. It was subtle at first, like a melody hidden within a melody, but as her attention settled more deeply into the sound, it became distinct. The rain was not just making noise, it was speaking of time, not the hurried, measured time of clocks and calendars, but the fluid time of seasons and growth, of patience and gradual understanding. She visualized the journey. Each drop that struck the tiles had traveled from distant oceans, had risen as mist to form clouds, had journeyed across mountains and valleys, and now, here, it fell in this specific moment to nourish the temple gardens and create this gentle symphony. Tomorrow, these same drops would seep into the earth, nourish the roots of ancient trees, flow in hidden underground streams, and eventually return to the sky to begin the entire, perfect journey all over again. The rain was the very definition of cyclical, eternal change. This endless cycle of transformation filled Yuki with a deep sense of peace. She thought of her own small life, how she had arrived as an orphaned kitten and grown into the temple's resident wisdom keeper, how each day brought new moments of discovery, even in the familiar surroundings she knew by heart, how each breath she took was part of the same eternal circulation that moved the rain and the seasons and the stars. As if summoned by her contemplations, Master Chen's footsteps whispered through the halls. Even at his advanced age, he moved with the fluid grace of someone who had spent decades practicing the art of mindful walking. Yuki heard him pause at the entrance to her corner of the library, and she opened her eyes to meet his gentle gaze. "Ah, Yuki-san," he said softly, using the respectful honorific that always made her purr with contentment. "I see you have found tonight's teaching." He gestured toward the unrolled scroll on the floor, his weathered hands moving with the precision of a tea ceremony master. Yuki blinked slowly at him, the cat equivalent of a peaceful smile. Master Chen approached the scroll and knelt beside it with the careful movements of one whose joints carried the wisdom of many winters. As he lifted the ancient paper, his eyes reflected the same gentle curiosity that Yuki brought to each moment. The autumn leaves fall, each one perfect in its letting go, he read quietly, his voice barely disturbing the rain's rhythm. In their release, they teach the trees how to prepare for spring. Nothing is lost, everything is transformed. He carefully rolled the scroll and placed it back on its proper shelf, but not before holding it for a moment against his heart, a gesture Yuki had seen him make countless times with particularly meaningful texts. It was his way of honoring the wisdom contained within, of acknowledging that these written words were more than mere symbols on paper. Even the wind knows when it is time to share such teachings. Master Chen murmured, settling cross-legged on the floor near Yuki's cushion. And you, little teacher, know how to receive them without grasping, how to learn without striving. Yuki began to purr, a sound so soft and rhythmic it seemed to harmonize with the rain. Master Chen closed his eyes and let the gentle vibration wash over him. He had often marveled at how this small cat embodied the very principles he had spent decades studying in books. Her purr was like a living sutra, her presence a reminder that enlightenment was not something to be achieved, but something to be lived, moment by moment, breath by breath. They sat together in comfortable silence, the old monk and the temple cat, each a perfect expression of the same underlying peace. Outside, the rain continued its ancient teaching, each drop a small lesson in the art of letting go. The storm would pass, as all storms did, but its gift of presence would remain in the nourished earth and in the hearts of those who had truly listened. As the night deepened, Master Chen eventually rose with the same quiet grace with which he had arrived. He paused to gently stroke Yuki's head, his touch feather-light and warm. "Sweet dreams, little bodhisattva," he whispered. "May your sleep be as peaceful as your waking." After his footsteps faded down the corridor, Yuki settled more deeply into her silk cushion. The library around her seemed to exhale, releasing the day's accumulated energy and preparing for the profound rest that comes with true darkness. The oil lamps continued their gentle flickering, but their light seemed softer now, more like starlight than flame. Through the windows, Yuki could see that the rain had gentled to a fine mist that caught the light from the stone lanterns in the garden. Each droplet that clung to the bamboo leaves looked like a tiny jewel, perfect and temporary, beautiful, precisely because it would not last forever. Soon the mist would lift, the sun would rise, and those perfect droplets would return to the sky, but their brief moment of visibility was no less precious for its impermanence. This understanding settled into Yuki's consciousness like a warm blanket. She had learned, through seasons of quiet observation, that beauty was not diminished by impermanence but enhanced by it. The cherry blossoms were more precious because they bloomed for such a short time. The perfect silence of early morning was more profound because it would soon give way to the day's activities. Her own small life held more meaning because she understood its place in the endless flow of existence. As sleep began to claim her, Yuki's purr softened to barely a whisper of sound. Her breathing slowed until it matched the gentle rhythm of the rain, and her amber eyes closed as softly as flower petals folding at dusk. In her drowsing state, the boundaries between herself and her surroundings became beautifully blurred. She was the silk cushion beneath her, soft and yielding. She was the ancient scrolls surrounding her, filled with timeless wisdom. She was the flickering oil lamps, steady yet ever-changing. She was the rain outside, patient and nurturing. She was the temple itself, rooted in earth yet reaching toward heaven. She was the vast sky that contained all weather, all seasons, all the countless moments that make up a life. In this state of perfect unity, Yuki's dreams began, or perhaps they were not dreams at all, but simply a deeper level of the same presence she cultivated while awake. She found herself walking through the temple gardens in a light that was neither day nor night, but something altogether more luminous. The paths were carpeted with fallen leaves of every color, gold and crimson and deep purple, yet each step she took was silent, as if she moved through water rather than air. Every plant in the garden seemed to glow with its own inner light. The bamboo groves swayed in a breeze that carried the fragrance of jasmine and pine. The stone lanterns were lit not with flame, but with something that looked like captured starlight, casting no shadows but illuminating everything with perfect clarity. At the center of the garden stood a great tree that Yuki had never seen before, though it felt familiar as her own heartbeat. Its trunk was silver white, like moonlight made solid, and its branches reached in all directions without regard for the usual rules of growth. Some branches bore spring's new leaves, others summer's full foliage, still others autumn's gold, and some were bare with winter's elegant simplicity. Beneath this impossible tree sat a figure in meditation robes the color of twilight. As Yuki approached, she realized it was Master Chen, but also not Master Chen. He appeared as he might have at every age, simultaneously young and old, student and teacher, human and something more universal. "Yuki-san," he said without opening his eyes, his voice carrying the same warmth it held in waking life, but enriched with harmonics that seemed to come from the very air. "You see now what I have been trying to understand through all my years of study." Yuki sat before him, her dream body as light as mist yet perfectly present. Around them, the garden pulsed gently with the rhythm of a great heart, and she understood that this was not just any garden, but the source from which all gardens grew, the template of peace that existed beyond the realm of ordinary perception. "The tree shows all seasons at once," the figure continued, his words creating ripples in the luminous air. "But it is not confused by this. It simply is, without choosing one season over another, without grasping at spring or pushing away winter. It offers shelter to all who seek it, regardless of whether they come in times of abundance or scarcity." Yuki felt a deep understanding bloom within her dream consciousness. This was the teaching that had been waiting for her all along, hidden in every ordinary moment of her temple life. The library with its scrolls of changing wisdom, the seasons that transformed the gardens year after year, even her own small existence, all were expressions of this same truth. Nothing needed to be permanent to be perfect. Nothing needed to last forever to have infinite value. The beauty lay not in holding on, but in being fully present for each transformation, greeting each change as a teacher rather than a threat. The dream garden began to shimmer and fade, not with any sense of loss, but with the same gentle transition that marks the end of a perfect piece of music. As consciousness slowly returned to her sleeping form in the library, Yuki carried with her a feeling of absolute completion, as if she had remembered something she had always known but forgotten she knew. She drifted in that liminal space between dream and sleep, her purr so soft it was almost imaginary, her breathing deep and peaceful. The rain outside had gentled to the faintest whisper against the windows, and the oil lamps flickered lower, their flames settling into steady, meditative glows. In this perfect quiet, surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of centuries and cradled in the ancient peace of the temple, Yuki embodied the very teaching she had received in her dream. She was completely present and completely at rest, holding nothing and lacking nothing, as temporary as a dewdrop and as eternal as the mountain itself. The scroll that had fallen earlier in the evening remained safely on its shelf, its teaching delivered not through reading but through experience, not through understanding but through being. And in the morning, when the sun rose over the eastern mountains and painted the mist-covered valleys in shades of gold and rose, Yuki would greet the new day with the same gentle curiosity she brought to every moment, knowing that each sunrise was both exactly like all others and utterly unique, precious beyond measure, precisely because it would never come again. But for now, she slept the sleep of the truly peaceful, her small body, a perfect expression of the Buddha nature that flows through all beings, her presence a blessing to the ancient library and all who would find wisdom there. In her dreams the rain continued to fall, each drop a teacher, each moment a gift, each breath a prayer of gratitude for the endless, ever-changing, perfect dance of existence. And the temple held them all, cat and monk, scroll and stone, rain and silence in its compassionate embrace, where every ending is also a beginning, and where the deepest teaching is simply the art of letting each moment be exactly as it is, perfect in its impermanence, beautiful in its brief flowering, eternal in its essential nature. The night settled deeper, and peace settled deeper still, until there was no difference between the sleeping cat and the sleeping temple, between the ancient wisdom and the present moment, between the rain outside and the perfect stillness within. Floating to sleep on a dragon's wing, a cozy Christmas dream, a Zen sleep story. The path up the mountain had grown quiet under the weight of fresh snow. Each footstep made a soft whispering sound, like the pages of an old book turning in an empty library. The monk walked slowly, her walking stick finding purchase in the white blanket that had transformed the familiar trail into something dreamlike and new. Above, through the bare branches of winter plum trees, the moon hung full and luminous, its light turning the snowflakes into tiny stars that drifted down through the darkness with infinite patience. She had been walking for many hours, though time felt different on this night. It was Christmas Eve, a festival she had learned about from travelers who passed through the village below, and something in the air felt suspended, as though the world itself was holding its breath between one moment and the next. The temple she sought was still another hour's climb, nestled in a grove of ancient cedars that stood like silent guardians around a natural hot spring. She had visited many times before, but never in winter, never when snow transformed everything into softness and shadow. The cold was gentle rather than harsh. It touched her cheeks with curious fingers, made her breath visible in small clouds that dissipated into the moonlit air. She wore her warmest robes, layer upon layer of homespun cotton dyed the color of chestnuts, and over her shoulders a cape of thick wool that a farmer's wife had given her the previous autumn. Her feet were wrapped in cloth and straw sandals, and though the snow was cold, the walking kept her warm enough. Besides, she had learned long ago that resistance to cold only made it feel colder, while acceptance allowed the body to find its own warmth from within. As she climbed higher, the trees grew denser, their branches heavy with snow that occasionally released in soft cascades, falling with whispers and sighs. The forest smelled of pine and winter earth, of wood smoke from distant hearths, and underneath it all, something else, something green and ancient, that spoke of the life sleeping beneath the frozen ground, waiting for spring with the same infinite patience as the falling snow. The path curved around a large boulder, its surface painted white by the storm, and there, just ahead, she could see the first torii gate that marked the temple grounds. It was a simple structure of weathered wood, standing like an invitation between one world and another. She paused beneath it, bowing slightly as was her custom, and felt something shift in the air. The quality of silence deepened, even the wind seemed to hold itself still. Beyond the gate, stone lanterns lined the path, each one wearing a perfect cap of snow that glowed luminous in the moonlight. The monk walked between them slowly, her footsteps the only sound, until she reached the main courtyard of the temple. The buildings were dark and peaceful, their paper windows softly lit from within by what must have been a single candle or ember. Smoke rose from the chimney in a thin stream, carrying the scent of cypress wood and something sweeter, perhaps incense or tea being prepared for a solitary vigil. But it was not the temple building that caught her attention and held it completely. It was the dragon. It lay curled in the center of the courtyard, around the base of an enormous pine tree whose branches spread like a canopy above. The dragon was vast, its body forming a perfect circle, perhaps 20 paces across, and yet there was nothing frightening about its presence. It slept with the stillness of mountains, its great scaled sides rising and falling in a rhythm so slow and deep that at first she thought it might be part of the landscape itself, some strange formation of snow-covered stones that only resembled a creature from legend. But no, as she stood perfectly still, watching, she could see the slight flutter of its nostrils with each breath, see the way moonlight caught on scales that were not white with snow, but were themselves the color of fresh snow, opalescent and pure, shading to pale blue in the shadows, to silver where the moon touched most directly. The dragon's wings were folded along its sides like great sails at rest, and its long tail curved around to nearly touch its nose, completing the circle of its sleeping form. The monk felt her own breathing synchronize with the dragon's breath. felt her heartbeat slow to match that ancient rhythm. There was no fear in her, only a deep sense of recognition, as though she had been walking toward this moment all her life without knowing it. She moved forward slowly, her feet finding their way across the snowy courtyard without conscious thought, until she stood at the edge of the dragon's coiled form. Up close, she could see individual scales, each one the size of her palm, overlapping like roof tiles or fallen leaves. They seemed to glow with their own faint light, as though the dragon carried moonlight within its body and let it shine through slowly, gradually, like water seeping through stone. The spaces between scales showed glimpses of skin that looked softer than the scales themselves, pale and smooth as silk. Steam rose gently from the dragon's body, creating small wisps of mist that drifted upward through the cold air. The creature radiated warmth the way a banked fire does, not blazing but constant, deep, sustaining. Without thinking, without planning, the monk found herself removing her pack and setting it quietly on the ground. She unwound her outer cape and folded it carefully, setting it aside. Then, moving with the slow certainty of someone in a dream, she approached the curve where the dragon's wing met its side. There, in the angle formed by wing and body, was a space that looked almost deliberately created for resting. The wing created a gentle slope, its membrane soft and supple despite being folded, and the scales along the dragon's side formed a surface that, while not soft, seemed somehow welcoming. The warmth rising from the dragon's body was like a hearth fire, like sunlight on stones, like every comfort she had ever known. The monk sat down slowly, then lay back against the dragon's wing. The membrane held her weight with ease, supporting her like a firm cushion, and the warmth surrounded her immediately, soaking through her robes and into her bones. She let out a breath she hadn't known she was holding, and felt her entire body begin to relax in ways it hadn't relaxed in months, perhaps years. The dragon's slow breathing became her own breathing. The dragon's warmth became her own warmth. She was separate and yet not separate, resting against something vast and ancient, while also somehow resting against her own true nature. Above her, through the branches of the pine tree, stars began to emerge as the clouds cleared. They were bright and distant and completely indifferent to her presence, shining with the same light they had shone with for countless ages, the same light they would shine with long after she was gone. The thought was not sad but comforting. There was something deeply peaceful about being a small part of something so vast, so ongoing. Time passed, though she couldn't have said how much time. The moon moved across the sky with its own patient pace. Snow continued to fall, but lighter now, just a few flakes drifting down like thoughts releasing themselves without effort. She was aware of the temple buildings nearby, of candlelight still glowing in one window, of smoke still rising from the chimney. Somewhere inside, perhaps, a monk or nun sat in meditation tending the fire, keeping vigil through this longest night. The dragon breathed, she breathed. The pine tree stood in its stillness, older than memory. The mountain held them all, patient and unmoving, wearing its mantle of snow the way it had worn stone for countless centuries. Gradually, she became aware that she was not quite alone in her wakefulness. From the temple building, a door slid open with barely a whisper. An old nun emerged, moving with the careful grace of someone who has lived many winters in mountains. She wore robes of dark grey, and her head was wrapped in white cloth against the cold. She carried a small brazier in one hand, its coals glowing softly, and in the other hand a simple clay teapot. The nun approached the dragon without surprise, without hurry. She walked around the great coiled form as one might walk around a familiar piece of furniture, and came to where the monk lay resting against the dragon's wing. The old nun's face was lined with years, but her eyes were bright and knowing. She smiled slightly, set down the brazier, and arranged herself sitting in the snow with the ease of someone who no longer found discomfort uncomfortable. "Tea?" the old nun asked, her voice barely above a whisper, soft as snowfall. The monk nodded, finding she could not quite speak yet, and the nun poured from the pot into a single small cup. She handed it to the monk, who took it gratefully, feeling the warmth of the clay against her palms. The tea was simple green tea, but it tasted of mountains and mist, of all the places water travels before becoming rain, before becoming rivers, before being gathered and steeped and offered as a gesture of welcome. They sat in silence for a long moment, the two monks and the sleeping dragon, while the moon continued its patient journey across the winter sky. Finally, the old nun spoke again, still in that whisper that was barely sound. "She comes every year on this night," she said, gesturing slightly toward the dragon. "She has been coming for longer than the temple has stood here, longer than the pine tree has grown. She comes on the longest night to sleep in the place where the earth's warmth rises through the stones, where the spring feeds into the pool behind the temple. She comes to remember what it is to rest completely." The monk sipped her tea and listened. The old nun continued, her words coming slowly with pauses like the spaces between snowflakes. "I used to wonder why a dragon would need to rest. Dragons are beings of such power, such ancient knowledge. What tiredness could they know?" The old nun smiled slightly, looking at the dragon with something like affection. "But that was when I still thought rest was something we did only when we were tired. Now I understand that rest is not a response to exhaustion. Rest is a practice. Rest is a returning to what we are when we are not trying to be anything at all." The moon emerged fully from behind a cloud, and its light fell across the courtyard with renewed brightness, catching on the snow, on the dragon's scales, on the thin steam rising from the tea. "The dragon teaches this," the old nun said. "She does not sleep because she must. She sleeps because sleep is one of the great truths, as essential as waking. She rests not as a pause before action, but as an action itself, complete and whole. And in her resting she reminds us that the universe itself is always both resting and acting at once. The stars rest in their shining, the snow rests in its falling, the mountain rests in its standing." The monk felt the truth of these words settle into her like the warmth from the dragon's body, like the tea warming her from within. She had walked so far for so many years, thinking that movement was what mattered, that seeking was the path itself. But here, resting against the dragon's wing, she understood that sometimes the path was also stopping. Sometimes seeking meant allowing yourself to be found. "You may rest here as long as you wish," the old nun said, beginning to rise with slow care from her seat in the snow. The dragon does not mind sharing her warmth. In truth, I think she prefers company, though she would never ask for it. When morning comes and she wakes, she will be pleased to find she has been a bed for a weary traveler. Dragons are proud creatures, but their pride is not the pride of appearance. It is the pride of purpose fulfilled. And what higher purpose than to offer comfort on a cold night? The old nun gathered her teapot and brazier, but left the cup for the monk to finish. She bowed slightly, the gesture including both the monk and the dragon, and then turned to make her way back to the temple building. The door slid shut behind her with barely a sound, and once again there was only silence, only the slow breathing of the dragon, only the falling snow. The monk finished her tea slowly, letting each sip warm her throat, then set the cup aside in the snow where it would be easy to find in the morning. She settled back more fully against the dragon's wing, adjusting her position slightly until she found the perfect spot where the wing's support met the warmth rising from the dragon's body, where her head could rest comfortably and her legs could stretch out, where everything was exactly as it needed to be. She thought about the old nun's words, rest as practice, rest as truth. She thought about all the years she had spent walking, seeking, searching for something she couldn't quite name. Peace, perhaps. Understanding. Enlightenment. The usual things seekers sought. But what if the seeking itself was a kind of resistance? What if peace was not something to find, but something to allow? What if enlightenment was not a destination, but a way of being that included rest as much as effort, sleep as much as waking? The dragon's breathing continued, slow and steady, like waves on a distant shore. The monk felt her own breath slowing further, deepening, becoming part of that same rhythm. Her body grew heavy in the most pleasant way, as though she were slowly being transformed into something more solid, more real. The boundaries between herself and the dragon began to blur slightly. Where did her warmth end and the dragon's begin? Where did the dragon's breathing separate from her own? A single snowflake landed on her nose, cold and perfect, and melted almost immediately. More snowflakes followed, but they seemed to fall more slowly now, as though time itself was learning to rest. The stars above had multiplied, filling every space between the pine branches with their patient light. The moon was so bright it cast shadows, blue-grey shadows that made the whole world look like it had been painted in shades of silver and pearl. The monk's eyes grew heavy. She did not fight it. There was no reason to fight it. Sleep was coming the way spring comes, inevitable and welcome, and she could feel it approaching like a friend she had not seen in a long time. Her last waking thoughts were not thoughts at all, but impressions, feelings, sensory whispers, the warmth of the dragon, the softness of falling snow, the distant sound of water moving beneath ice, the smell of pine and cedar and winter earth. And then she was dreaming, though the dream felt more like a deepening of where she already was, rather than a departure into somewhere else. In the dream, she was still resting against the dragon's wing, but now the dragon's eyes were open, regarding her with ancient kindness. The dragon's eyes were the color of morning sky, pale blue shading to gold at the edges, and they held depths that seemed to contain entire worlds. "You carry so much," the dragon said, though its mouth did not move. The words simply appeared in her mind, like ripples appearing on still water. "You carry questions like stones in your pockets. You carry searching like a yoke across your shoulders. But here, now, you can set it all down. The questions will still be there in the morning if you need them. The searching will wait for you. But for now, just rest. Just be a warm creature on a cold night, safely held, needing nothing, seeking nothing, simply breathing." In the dream, the monk felt something release inside her chest, something she had been holding tight for so long she had forgotten it was not a natural part of her body. It felt like a fist unclenching, like ice melting, like morning mist burning away in sunlight, and with that release came a feeling she could only describe as vastness. She was vast. She was as vast as the dragon, as vast as the mountain, as vast as the space between stars. And at the same time she was perfectly small, perfectly contained, a single point of consciousness held gently in the palm of something much larger than herself. "This is what I remember," the dragon continued. "When I come here each year to sleep, I remember that even dragons must rest, even mountains erode, even stars burn out eventually. Everything that rises falls, everything that gathers scatters, everything that begins will end. And this is not sad, this is not loss. This is simply how things are, and how things are is perfect in its impermanence. The snow falls, knowing it will melt. The moon wanes, knowing it will wax again. And I sleep knowing I will wake, but treasuring the sleeping itself, not as preparation for waking, but as its own complete and perfect thing." The dream deepened further, until the monk could no longer tell the difference between dreaming and sleeping, between sleeping and resting, between resting and simply being. She was aware, dimly, of her body against the dragon's wing, of warmth and cold, of breath moving in and out. But these sensations seemed distant now, like memories of sensations rather than the sensations themselves. She was falling deeper into rest, deeper into sleep, deeper into a place that had no bottom and needed no bottom, that simply continued to deepen infinitely, comfortably, perfectly. This was a surrender to the vastness within, a letting go of all distinctions, where the boundaries of self dissolved into the quiet expanse of existence. The monk felt no need to grasp or define this state. It was enough to be carried by it, to drift in its endless currents, to trust that whatever held her now was as ancient and reliable as the mountain beneath her. Time passed in the way time passes for sleeping dragons and sleeping monks, for mountains and stars and the slow turning of the earth. The moon crossed the sky and began to descend toward the far horizon. The snow stopped falling. The stars wheeled overhead in their ancient patterns, tracing paths that had been followed for eons, indifferent to the fleeting concerns of those below. And in the temple courtyard, two beings breathed together, their breath visible in small clouds that rose and mingled and disappeared into the cold air like prayers ascending. Each breath was a quiet offering, a wordless communion between the monk and the dragon, between the living and the eternal, between the fleeting and the timeless. The air itself seemed to hold them, cradling their shared stillness, weaving their breaths into the fabric of the night. Somewhere in the deepest part of the night, the old nun emerged once more from the temple. She had brought a thick blanket woven of wool and silk, dyed the deep blue of twilight, its fibers soft yet sturdy, carrying the faint scent of the herbs used in its dyeing. She approached the sleeping forms quietly, her feet barely disturbing the fresh snow, each step deliberate, as if she were part of the silence rather than an interruption of it. Gently, carefully, she spread the blanket over the monk, tucking it around her shoulders, making sure she was covered completely. The act was simple, yet it carried the weight of centuries of care, of countless hands tending to those who sought shelter in this sacred place. Then she stood for a moment, looking at the scene, the dragon, its scales shimmering faintly under the moonlight, the monk, small and still against its vast form, the pine tree standing sentinel, the moonlight painting everything in shades of silver and blue, as if the world had been dipped in liquid starlight. She placed her palms together and bowed deeply, a bow of gratitude and recognition. Gratitude for the dragon's annual visit, a ritual as old as the temple itself, a reminder of the bond between the earthly and the divine. Gratitude for the monk who had found her way here on this particular night, her presence a thread in the tapestry of the temple's long history. Gratitude for the cold that made warmth precious, for the dark that made light visible, for the silence that allowed her to hear the quiet breathing of creatures at rest. This gratitude was not a fleeting emotion, but a practice, honed over decades of watching the seasons turn, of tending the temple's fires, of listening to the mountain's quiet wisdom. She saw in this moment a perfection that needed no explanation, a completeness that asked for nothing more than to be witnessed. Then she returned to the temple, to her own meditation cushion, to tend the fire and keep vigil until morning came. The fire crackled softly, its light dancing on the temple walls, casting shadows that seemed to tell stories of their own. She sat in stillness, her breath steady, her mind clear, holding space for the night, for the dragon and the monk, for the world that turned beyond the temple's walls. Her vigil was not one of effort but of presence, a quiet act of devotion to the rhythm of existence, to the cycles of rest and awakening that bound all things together. The monk slept on dreamlessly now, deeply now, held safely in the curve of the dragon's wing. The blanket kept her warm even as the night grew colder, even as frost began to form on the pine branches, glittering like diamonds in the moonlight. She slept the way children sleep, the way animals sleep in their dens, the way the earth itself sleeps beneath its blanket of snow, waiting for spring, but not waiting impatiently, not waiting with anxiety or expectation, simply waiting the way stones wait, the way water waits in winter to flow again. This sleep was a return to something elemental, a remembrance of the body's ancient wisdom, of its ability to rest without striving, to be without becoming. The monk's breath slowed, each exhale a release, each inhale a quiet affirmation of life. And the dragon slept its dragon sleep, ancient and deep, dreaming whatever dreams dragons dream. Perhaps it dreamed of flying through summer skies, of diving through clouds, of the joy of movement and power and grace. Or perhaps it dreamed of this, of sleeping in the cold, of sharing warmth with a stranger, of the perfect stillness of a winter night in the mountains, of being exactly what it was in exactly the right place at exactly the right time. Its dreams, if they could be called that, were vast and unhurried, woven from the threads of countless winters, countless flights, countless moments of stillness shared with the world below. The dragon's presence was a bridge between the ephemeral and the eternal, its breath a steady rhythm that anchored the night. The moon descended toward the horizon, growing larger and more golden as it fell, like a great lantern being slowly lowered by invisible hands. The stars began to fade as the sky in the east started to shift from black to deepest blue, from blue to grey, from grey to that particular shade that precedes dawn, the color of pearl, the color of possibility. This gradual lightening was not a demand but an invitation, a reminder that all things turn, that darkness gives way to light as naturally as sleep gives way to waking. The world held its breath in that in-between moment, poised between night and day, between rest and renewal. But dawn was still far off. There were hours yet of darkness, hours yet of rest, hours yet of the night holding the world gently in its careful hands. The monk slept on, her body soft against the dragon's wing, her mind free of the need to know or understand. The dragon slept on, its scales catching the last of the moonlight, holding it like a promise. The pine tree stood in its stillness, its branches heavy with snow, its roots deep in the mountain's heart. The mountain held them all, unmoving, unchanging, yet alive with the quiet pulse of existence. And in that holding, in that perfect stillness, in that complete rest, there was nothing missing, nothing needed, nothing sought, nothing found. There was only what there was, warmth and cold, breath and stillness, sleeping and being, a moment stretching toward forever, forever contained in a single moment. This was the heart of the night, the heart of the mountain, the heart of the dragon, and the monk, a place where distinctions dissolved, where all was one, where the act of being was enough. The snow on the dragon's scales caught the last of the moonlight and held it, glowing softly, like embers, like stars, like all the light in the world gathered and offered gently as a gift to the sleeping night. Each flake was a tiny prism, reflecting the light in 1,000 directions, a silent symphony of beauty that needed no audience. The dragon's scales, ancient and weathered yet luminous, seemed to hold the memory of countless such nights, each one a jewel in the vast treasury of time. And the monk, resting against the dragon's wing, knew nothing of this beauty and needed to know nothing, because she was part of it, breathing it, being it, held safely in its center, floating peacefully toward morning on the gentle rhythm of a dragon's breath, wrapped in warmth and silence and the infinite patience of everything that rests without resistance, everything that sleeps without fear, everything that lets go completely and discovers that in letting go, nothing essential is lost. Her presence was not separate from the night, not separate from the dragon or the snow or the mountain. She was woven into the fabric of this moment, a single thread in a tapestry that stretched beyond time, beyond knowing, beyond the need for anything other than what was. The night continued to deepen, to hold, to breathe. The temple stood silent, its wooden beams creaking softly in the cold, its walls bearing the weight of centuries of prayers. The fire inside burned low but steady, tended by the old nun, whose quiet presence was as much a part of the night as the stars above. The monk and the dragon slept on, their breaths rising and falling in unison, a quiet duet that spoke of trust, of rest, of the simple miracle of being alive in a world that holds all things, always, without judgment or haste. Only the weight falls away, only the weight, and what remains is lighter than snow, lighter than moonlight, lighter than breath itself, floating, resting, still, home. A Zen Halloween tale of the curious rabbit. On the edge of an ancient temple garden, where stone lanterns stood like silent guardians and maple leaves drifted down in shades of crimson and gold, there lived a rabbit with fur the color of autumn mist. The other creatures of the garden called her simply Rabbit, for she needed no other name. She was small and soft, with eyes that held a gentle curiosity about all things, and ears that could catch the whisper of a single leaf falling 3 gardens away. This particular evening was unlike any other in the turning year. It was the night when autumn leaned most deeply into darkness, when the veil between what is seen and unseen grew gossamer thin. The humans in the distant village called it Halloween, and even here in this quiet corner of the world, where temple bells marked the hours and stone Buddhas smiled beneath blankets of moss, the air held something different, not frightening, but strange, softly strange, like a familiar room glimpsed by candlelight. Rabbit sat at the entrance to her burrow beneath the roots of an old ginkgo tree, watching as the sun melted into the western hills like honey dissolving in warm tea. The sky transformed through shades of amber and rose, then deepened to violet, and finally to the rich blue-black of ink spreading through water. One by one stars appeared, small and distant as scattered sesame seeds. But it was the moon that captured her attention most completely. Tonight, the moon rose full and enormous, the color of a ripe persimmon, hanging low over the garden wall like a great paper lantern lit from within. Its light spilled across the raked gravel paths, turning them silver white, and transformed the pond into a mirror of liquid mercury. In this light, every stone, every pine needle, every fallen petal took on an otherworldly quality, as if the garden itself were dreaming. Rabbit's nose twitched. The air carried unusual fragrances this evening. Beneath the familiar scents of damp earth and pine resin, she detected something else, the sweet, waxy smell of candles burning inside carved gourds, drifting from the village below. And there was incense too, the temple's evening offering, sandalwood smoke curling through the cool air like visible prayers. She decided to take a walk. Emerging from her burrow, Rabbit hopped slowly along the narrow path that wound between carefully pruned azalea bushes and past the small pond where koi fish sometimes rose to disturb the surface of the water with gentle, concentric circles. Tonight, the pond was perfectly still, a dark mirror, reflecting the enormous moon and the skeletal branches of the cherry trees that would bloom pink and abundant in spring, but now stood bare, their limbs reaching upward like the many arms of dancers frozen mid-gesture. As Rabbit rounded the bend near the stone water basin, where a bamboo pipe perpetually dripped water with a soft, meditative tock, 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 she noticed something peculiar. Small lights dotted the garden. They were not the steady glow of the stone lanterns, which the temple keeper lit each evening with careful attention. These lights flickered and bobbed, hovering at various heights among the shrubs and low-hanging branches. They were the color of foxfire and marsh light, that eerie green-gold phosphorescence that sometimes glowed on rotting wood in the deep forest. Some were no larger than fireflies, others swelled to the size of plums before dimming again to pinpricks. Rabbit paused, her ears swiveling forward, her heartbeat quickened slightly, then settled. She had learned, in her time in this garden, that most things which seemed strange were simply ordinary things seen from a different angle, in a different light. These floating orbs, whatever they were, moved with gentleness. They did not rush or dart aggressively, they simply drifted, like seeds of dandelion fluff caught in an imperceptible breeze. She continued forward, and the lights seemed to part before her, creating a path. Curious, she thought. The gravel crunched softly beneath her paws, a sound like rice being poured into a wooden bowl. Ahead, the garden's main path led toward the temple's meditation hall, and beyond that, to the cemetery where stone markers stood in neat rows, each carved with names and dates, each decorated with offerings of flowers, incense, and occasionally small cups of sake or tea. On Halloween night, she had heard, the boundary between this world and the next grew thin. The ancestors, it was said, could return to visit, but Rabbit had never been frightened of ancestors. They were simply those who had walked the garden paths before, who had sat beneath these same trees when they were younger trees, who had watched the moon rise on countless autumn evenings just like this one. As she hopped along, Rabbit became aware of presences around her. Not the lights, those continued their gentle bobbing, but something else. Shapes that were almost visible, like shadows cast by invisible objects. They moved at the edges of her vision, never quite solid enough to see directly, but unmistakably there. A flutter of robes, perhaps, passing behind the stone Buddha near the camellia bush. A suggestion of a hat, tall and formal, glimpsed between the maple trunks, the whisper of footsteps on gravel, though when Rabbit looked, the path was empty. She sat up on her haunches, ears alert, nose testing the air. Her heart remained calm. These presences, whatever they were, carried no aggression, no hunger, no danger. They felt wistful, gentle, like visitors at a beloved place they had not seen in a long time. Rabbit lowered herself back to all fours and continued walking. The meditation hall stood ahead, its curved roof tiles dark against the pumpkin-colored moon. Usually, by this hour, the hall was dark and locked, the monks having retired to their quarters after evening service. But tonight, soft light glowed through the rice paper screens, and Rabbit could hear the faint sound of the mokugyo, the wooden fish drum, being tapped in a slow, steady rhythm. Tock, 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 like a heartbeat, like footsteps, like the passing of moments, one after another, none exactly like the one before, none exactly like the one that will come after. Rabbit approached the hall's raised platform, where stone steps led up to the entrance. She had never been inside the meditation hall. It was a place for humans, for monks in grey robes who sat in perfect stillness for hours, breathing and breathing and breathing. But tonight, the screen door stood slightly ajar, and the light within was warm and inviting. She hopped up the steps, one careful hop at a time. The wood was smooth and cool beneath her paws, polished by decades of bare feet climbing up and down, up and down. At the doorway, Rabbit paused and peered inside. The hall was filled with an amber light that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The mokugyo sat on its cushion at the front of the room, and it was tapping itself tock, 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 moved by no visible hand. Incense burned in the bronze holder, sending up a thin ribbon of smoke that twisted and climbed toward the ceiling beams. And sitting in neat rows, in the precise positions where monks usually sat for meditation, were the almost visible presences Rabbit had sensed in the garden. She could see them more clearly now, though they were still somewhat translucent, like figures painted on silk with very diluted ink. There were dozens of them. Old women in formal kimono, their hair swept up in traditional styles, men in dark haori jackets, their faces gentle and peaceful. Children too, sitting with surprising stillness, their small hands folded in their laps. They were meditating, all of them, facing forward, eyes half closed, breathing in and breathing out, while the mokugyo marked time and the incense smoke rose and the moon poured its strange orange light through the windows. Rabbit understood then. These were the ancestors, returned for this one night when the barrier was thin. They had come back to the temple, where they had perhaps sat in life, seeking the same peace, the same stillness, the same truth that required neither living nor dead to approach it. One of the figures, an elderly man with kind eyes and deep smile lines around his mouth, turned his head slightly and noticed Rabbit standing in the doorway. He did not startle. Instead, he smiled, a gentle expression of recognition and welcome, and gestured with one semi-transparent hand toward an empty space at the back of the hall. An invitation. Rabbit hesitated only a moment. Then she hopped quietly into the hall, moving along the wall to the empty space the kind man had indicated. She settled herself there, tucking her back paws beneath her body and letting her front paws rest naturally before her. She let her eyes half close, the way the figures around her held theirs, and she breathed, in and out, in and out. The mokugyo continued its steady rhythm. Talk, talk, talk. The incense smoke rose and dispersed, rose and dispersed. The moon poured its light through the screens, painting everything in shades of orange and silver and shadow. And Rabbit sat, surrounded by the gentle presence of those who had come before, by those who were neither here nor there, neither solid nor absent, neither living nor dead in any way that required fear or sorrow. They simply were, for this moment, in this place, sitting as she was sitting, breathing as she was breathing. Time became soft and pliable. Minutes might have passed, or hours. There was no way to know, and it did not matter. The sitting itself was enough. The breathing itself was enough. Gradually, Rabbit became aware of something else, a quality in the light, a shift in the air. The figures around her were fading, not suddenly or dramatically, but gently, gradually, the way morning stars fade when dawn begins to lighten the sky. They were becoming thinner, more transparent, like watercolors when you add too much water to the paint. But there was no sadness in this fading, no struggle against it. They simply let themselves dissolve, releasing their temporary solidity with the same ease with which they had assumed it. The elderly man who had welcomed Rabbit turned once more to look at her. His eyes, even as they faded, held warmth and a deep, untroubled peace. He bowed to her, a small bow of gratitude and farewell. Rabbit lowered her head in return, a gesture of respect and acknowledgement. Then he was gone, and the others with him, dissolving like mist when the sun touches it, leaving behind only the empty meditation hall, the still burning incense, the mokugyo now silent on its cushion, and the moonlight streaming through the windows. Rabbit sat alone in the hall for a few moments longer. Her breath continued, in and out, in and out. Her heart beat its steady rhythm. The temple stood solid around her, its wooden beams and tile roof exactly as they had been for 200 years, and would likely be for another 200, slowly weathering, slowly changing, but present. Everything was present, and everything was passing. These two truths could exist together, she realized. They were not contradictions, but companions, two sides of the same reality. The ancestors had come, and now they had gone, and both the coming and the going were natural, necessary, and strangely comforting. She rose to her feet and hopped quietly out of the hall, back down the smooth wooden steps to the garden path below. The floating lights were fewer now, and dimmer. As Rabbit walked back toward her burrow beneath the ginkgo tree, they winked out one by one, like candles being gently extinguished at the end of a ceremony. The last one hovered before her for a moment, pulsing softly with that foxfire green-gold light, and then it too faded, leaving only darkness and moonlight and the familiar shapes of the garden. The enormous orange moon had risen higher now and had transformed from its Halloween pumpkin color to something paler, cooler, more silver. Its light still filled the garden, but it was a different light now, cleaner, clearer, the light of an ordinary full moon in an ordinary autumn sky. Rabbit reached her burrow and paused at the entrance, looking back over the garden. The stone lanterns glowed steadily, the pond reflected the sky, the temple stood quiet and solid on its foundation. Everything was exactly as it always was, and everything was completely different, for she had seen something that could not quite be put into words. She had sat with those who were not quite here and not quite gone. She had breathed with them, shared silence with them, existed alongside them in that space where all beings furred and robed, present and absent, living and remembered were simply breath and awareness and the steady passage of moments. And she had learned that Halloween, for all its reputation for strangeness and fright, was really about something else entirely. It was about acknowledgement, about remembering, about making space for what has passed to return, not to frighten, but to sit peacefully, to share the stillness, to remind those still living that the barrier between states of being is thin and permeable and nothing to fear. All things arise and pass away, the Buddha had taught. This was not a sad truth, but a liberating one. It meant that nothing was truly lost, because nothing had ever been permanent enough to lose. And it meant that nothing needed to be grasped or held or preserved exactly as it was, because change itself was the nature of existence. The rabbit who thought herself simple and ordinary had been granted a vision tonight, a glimpse through the veil. But she understood that the vision was not meant to make her special or different. It was simply a reminder offered gently by the universe on this night when such reminders could most easily appear. She thought of the kind man who had bowed to her. She thought of all the figures sitting in meditation, present and not present, seeking peace in the only moment where peace could ever be found, this moment, and this one, and this one. Toke, 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 like the water dripping in the stone basin, like the Mokugyo marking time, like her own heart beating steadily in her small chest. Rabbit descended into her burrow, turning 3 times in her sleeping chamber before settling into the soft nest of dried grass and fur she had prepared. The earth was cool and comfortable around her. The sounds of the garden filtered down through the roots and soil. The distant splash of a koi in the pond, the rustle of a leaf released from its branch, the whisper of wind through bamboo. She let her breathing slow and deepen. Her eyes drifted closed, then open, then closed again. Above ground, the moon continued its arc across the sky, patient and luminous, neither hurrying nor lingering, simply following the path it had followed every night for billions of years and would follow for billions more. The stars turned slowly overhead. Somewhere in the distance, the temple bell rang once, a single deep note that resonated through the valleys and hills before fading to silence. Halloween night drew toward its close, and the barrier between worlds, which had grown so thin and permeable at dusk, began to thicken again. What had been visible became invisible. What had returned began the journey back. But the peace that had filled the meditation hall, the gentle acknowledgement that had passed between the rabbit and the ancestors, remained. It settled into the stones of the garden. It soaked into the wood of the temple. It became part of the place, a memory held not in any single mind but in the air itself, in the way moonlight fell on the raked gravel, in the patient posture of the stone Buddhas who smiled beneath their blankets of moss. And deep in her burrow, surrounded by earth and roots, and the profound darkness that has nothing to do with fear and everything to do with rest, Rabbit slept. But sleep, on this night, was not quite the usual descent into unknowing. Her dreams carried the weight of the evening's revelations, transforming them into something softer, something that moved like water over smooth stones. She dreamed she was sitting again in the meditation hall, but now it was filled with a different kind of presence. The spaces between the wooden pillars held doorways she had never noticed before. Not physical doors, but openings in the air itself, shimmering like heat rising from summer stones. Through each opening she could see other gardens, other temples, other nights stretching backward and forward through time. In one doorway she saw the garden as it had been 100 years ago, when the ginkgo tree under which she now slept was barely taller than a human child, its trunk thin and flexible, its leaves bright yellow-green with youth. An old gardener tended it carefully, wrapping its base with straw for the coming winter, speaking to it in a low, affectionate voice, promising it would grow strong and live to shelter many generations. Through another opening she saw the garden 50 years hence, when the ginkgo would be even more massive, its roots spreading wider beneath the earth, creating chambers and tunnels that would house not just one rabbit but entire families, generation after generation, each one believing themselves to be the first to discover this perfect shelter. And through yet another doorway she saw this very night, this Halloween evening, but from a different angle from above, as if she were the moon herself, looking down at the small figure of a rabbit moving through the garden paths, at the floating lights that surrounded her, at the temple with its glowing windows and the invisible presences gathering for their annual return. From this height she could see how small it all was, the garden, just one garden among thousands, the temple, just one temple, the rabbit, just one small creature among countless others. And yet she could also see how precious it was, how each element fit perfectly into the whole, how the moonlight needed the stones to illuminate, how the silence needed the temple bell to define it, how her own small presence gave the ancestors something living to acknowledge, someone to bow to, someone to remind them that the world they had left continued, that the paths they had walked were still being walked. In her dream, Rabbit understood something she had not quite grasped while awake. The ancestors had not come back to visit the living out of longing or attachment. They had come back because it was part of the cycle, as natural as leaves falling in autumn or snow melting in spring. They returned the way breath returns after being released, the way the tide returns after flowing out to sea. Not because something was lacking, not because anything needed to be corrected or completed, but simply because this was the nature of things, to depart and return, to return and depart, in an endless rhythm that had no beginning and no end. She saw, too, that she herself was part of this rhythm, that one day, many seasons from now, she would release her final breath, just as she had released thousands of breaths before it, and the difference would be only that this particular breath would not be followed by another. Her small body would return to the earth beneath the ginkgo tree, would become earth itself, would nourish the roots that had sheltered her, and then perhaps, on some future Halloween when the veil grew thin, she might return as the ancestors had returned tonight, not sad, not lost, but simply present for a moment, sitting peacefully in the meditation hall, breathing with those who came after. The thought carried no fear, no resistance. It was simply true, the way water is wet and stones are hard, and the moon rises each night whether anyone watches or not. In her dream, the kind elderly man who had welcomed her appeared beside her once more, but now she could see him more clearly. His face was weathered like old wood, lined with years of smiling and squinting into sunlight and bearing sorrows with grace. He wore the robes of a monk, though they were simpler than the ceremonial garments she had seen on the temple's current priests. He sat down beside her in the dream space where physical size meant nothing, so that a rabbit and a human could sit eye to eye, equal in their presence, equal in their breath. "Do you understand now, small one?" he asked, though his voice was not quite sound. It was more like a feeling, like warmth spreading through her chest. Rabbit considered the question. She thought about the evening, the strange lights, the transparent figures, the meditation hall filled with those who were neither here nor gone. She thought about the mokugyo tapping its rhythm, about the incense smoke rising and dispersing, about the way the orange moon had slowly transformed to silver as the night aged. "I think," she replied, her own voice dream-soft, "that Halloween is not about the dead visiting the living." "No?" The old monk's eyes crinkled with gentle amusement. "No," Rabbit said, more certain now. "It is about remembering that there is no real separation, that what we call living and what we call dead are just different ways of being, different forms of the same breath." The monk nodded slowly, and in his nod was a deep satisfaction, the pleasure of a teacher whose student has grasped not just the words of a lesson but its essence. "And why," he asked, "does the world arrange for such a night? Why does the barrier grow thin once each year?" Rabbit thought about this. In her dream, she could feel the ginkgo tree's roots above her, could sense the slow circulation of sap even in this late season, could hear the patient waiting of the seeds that would not sprout until spring. "Because," she said slowly, "we forget. Those of us who walk in bodies, who feel hunger and cold and the beating of our hearts, we forget that these things are temporary. We begin to think they are permanent, that we are permanent. And so once a year, the universe reminds us, gently, without force. It parts the curtain just a little and says, 'Look, see.' Those who came before you are not lost, and you, when you depart, will not be lost either. All of it is part of the same dance. Yes, the monk said, and his voice held something like joy. Yes, small one, you have understood. He reached out a hand, and though it was translucent, though she knew in some part of her sleeping mind that this was a dream, she could feel his palm rest gently on her head, between her ears, a gesture of blessing and affirmation. The living need Halloween, he continued, because they must work hard to survive, to eat and seek shelter and protect themselves from cold and danger. This work is important, but it can make them forget the larger truth. Halloween says, yes, do your work, live your lives, but remember you are not only this body, this moment, this single breath. You are part of something vast and ongoing, and nothing you love is ever truly lost. Rabbit felt something release in her chest, a tightness she had not known she was carrying. How many times had she watched the seasons change, seen leaves fall and die, seen baby birds tumble from nests before they learned to fly, seen the old koi in the pond float belly up one morning, gone still and silent. She had always felt a small sorrow at these passings, a sense that something precious had been lost forever. But now she understood. Nothing was lost. Everything transformed, changed shape, moved from one form to another, but the essential nature, the breath, the presence, the isness of each thing that continued, woven into the fabric of the world itself. Thank you, she whispered to the monk. Thank you, he replied, for sitting with us tonight, for being present, for being alive now, in this moment, so that we who have departed can remember what it was like to feel the earth beneath our feet, to smell incense and pine, to watch the moon rise over a garden we loved. And then he faded, not sadly but peacefully, the way one fades from a room by simply walking out the door, the way presence naturally gives way to absence, gives way to presence again, in the eternal rhythm. Rabbit's dream shifted then, becoming less visual, more sensory. She felt the earth cradling her body, felt the warmth of her own small heart beating steadily in her chest. She heard, from far above, the temple bell marking another hour, 3 deep tones that rolled through the valley and slowly, slowly dissipated into silence. She heard the wind moving through the bamboo grove on the eastern edge of the garden, that particular hollow rattling sound that bamboo makes, like wooden chimes, like bones dancing, like laughter. She felt her breathing slow even further, matching the rhythm of the earth itself, that vast patient breathing that takes place over decades and centuries, the breathing of mountains settling, of forests growing, of rivers carving their paths through stone. And she understood, in this place beyond words, that she was not a rabbit having a dream. She was the dream itself, temporarily wearing the form of a rabbit, experiencing what it was like to be small and furred and alive in an autumn garden on Halloween night. And when this dream ended, as all dreams must, she would not disappear, but would simply become the next dream, and the next, each one different, each one the same, in and out, in and out. And the breathing was all of existence, hers and the ancestors and the trees and the moons and the earths, all breathing together, all rising and falling, all arising and passing away, moment by moment by moment, in the great rhythm that needs no drum to mark it, that plays itself, that is both the music and the silence between the notes. The garden settled into the deepest part of night, that hour when darkness is most complete, when even the insects cease their songs, and stillness becomes so profound it is almost tangible. This was the hour for sleeping, for letting go, for allowing the day strange and ordinary, Halloween and every day, to dissolve into memory and dream. And in the morning, when the sun rose and painted the eastern sky with the colors of persimmon and honey, when the temple bell rang out its call to waking, when the monks emerged to sweep the paths and light the incense, the garden would be just itself again. The stone lanterns would be stone lanterns, the pond would be a pond, the ginkgo tree would be a ginkgo tree, with a rabbit sleeping peacefully beneath its roots. But somewhere in the grain of the wood, in the curve of the stones, in the slow and patient growing of the trees, the memory would remain, a Halloween night when the ancestors returned, when the veil grew thin, when one small rabbit learned that all things fear and peace, presence and absence, living and dying are simply different faces of the same truth. And that truth is this: everything changes, everything passes, and in the very center of that change, in the heart of that passing, there is stillness, there is breath, there is peace, in and out, in and out, in and out, and the rabbit sleeps, and the moon sets, and the stars fade into morning, and the world turns slowly through its seasons, autumn to winter to spring to summer to autumn again, and all of it is exactly as it should be, exactly as it should be, exactly as it should be. Sleep now, sleep. The Zen panda and the rain's timeless song, in the heart of an ancient mountain range, where emerald mist clung to weathered stone cliffs, and time moved as slowly as growing bamboo, there lived a panda named Suki. Her fur was the softest white of early morning clouds, drifting across distant peaks, marked with patches of black as deep and rich as the space between stars on a moonless night. She lived in perfect solitude, not from loneliness but from choice, finding in the mountain's embrace a peace that the busy valleys below could never offer. Each evening, as twilight painted the sky in graduating shades of lavender, rose, and pearl, Suki would make her careful way through a hidden gate woven from living bamboo to tend her secret garden, a place where ancient cherry trees grew in perfect circles around a small pond that reflected the heavens like a mirror made of liquid silver. This garden had been her sanctuary for countless seasons, a place where she had learned to listen to the deeper rhythms of the earth and sky. Tonight, the full moon hung low and luminous in the velvet darkness, casting everything in its gentle blue-white radiance. The air itself seemed to shimmer with lunar energy, transforming even the most ordinary elements of the garden into something magical. Suki padded softly along the curved stone path, her large paws making no sound on the smooth river pebbles that had been worn perfectly round by countless seasons of mountain rain and gentle footsteps. The pathway wound between tall stands of bamboo that whispered ancient secrets to each other in the evening breeze. Their leaves created a soft percussion, like gentle rain on silk, accompanying the distant sound of a mountain stream that fed the garden's pond. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the delicate fragrance of night-blooming jasmine that opened its star-shaped flowers only under moonlight, and the clean scent of moss growing on the ancient stone lanterns that marked each turn of the path. As she rounded the final curve and approached the garden's heart, Suki paused, her dark eyes widening in quiet wonder. The cherry trees, though it was deep autumn and their blooming season had passed months ago, were heavy with flowers, but these were not ordinary blossoms. Each petal seemed to hold its own inner light, glowing with the soft, ethereal radiance of captured starlight. The trees themselves appeared to be breathing light, their branches swaying gently in the still air as if moved by invisible currents of luminescence. As she stood transfixed by this impossible beauty, the petals began to fall. One by one, then in gentle cascades, they drifted downward like tiny shooting stars, each one tracing a perfect arc through the moonlit air. Some spiraled as they fell, catching the light and throwing it back in prismatic sparkles. Others fell straight and true, like drops of liquid moonlight returning to earth. The sight was so beautiful, so utterly peaceful, that Suki felt her breath catch in her throat, not from surprise, but from recognition of something her soul had always known but had never before witnessed. She moved slowly toward the center of the garden, where the pond lay like a dark jewel surrounded by the glowing trees. With each step, more petals fell around her, some brushing against her fur with touches so gentle they felt like blessings. The ground beneath her paws was already carpeted with fading blossoms. Those that had fallen earlier were gradually returning from luminous white to ordinary pink and cream, then to brown, beginning their patient journey back to the earth that had nurtured their tree. Settling herself beside the pond's edge, Suki watched as her reflection joined the moon's on the water's mirror-still surface. The falling petals created expanding rings of light wherever they touched the water, each circle growing larger and softer until it disappeared entirely, becoming part of the pond's gentle rhythm. She observed how some petals floated briefly on the surface, glowing like small boats carrying precious cargo, before the water's gentle current drew them toward the small waterfall at the pond's far end. One particularly large petal, its edges traced with silver light, spiraled down directly toward her. She held out her paw, and it landed there with the softest possible touch, lighter than a whisper, warmer than moonlight. As it rested in her palm, Suki felt a profound sense of connection not just to the petal, but to the entire vast web of existence, of which this moment was just one tiny, perfect strand. In that instant, she remembered the words of her teacher, an ancient tortoise named Master Kame, who lived in a small wooden temple at the garden's eastern edge. His shell was worn smooth by centuries of weather, and his eyes held the deep patience of mountains. He had often spoken to her about Mono, now aware the poignant awareness of the impermanence of all things, and how this very transience was what made beauty so achingly precious. Little Panda, he had said just days before, his voice like wind through dry leaves. The cherry blossom teaches us the most important lesson of existence. It is most beautiful not because it lasts, but precisely because it does not. In its brief flowering and gentle falling, it shows us how to love without grasping, how to appreciate without possessing, how to find joy in letting go. Now, as she held the glowing petal and watched others continue their graceful descent all around her, Suki began to understand what Master Kame had meant. Each falling petal was a meditation on release, a small prayer of surrender. They did not cling to their branches, did not resist the natural cycle that called them earthward. Instead, they danced on the air currents, made beauty of their departure, transformed their ending into art. The petal in her paw began to fade, its luminescence dimming as it returned to ordinary matter. But rather than feeling sadness at this transformation, Suki felt a deep joy. She was witnessing not death but metamorphosis, the petal beginning its next journey, returning nutrients to the soil that would nurture new growth, becoming part of the endless cycle of renewal that kept the garden alive and vibrant through all seasons. Rising slowly, she began to walk the circular path around the pond. The luminous petals continued falling like gentle rain made of starlight, and with each step she felt herself becoming more present, more aware of the extraordinary gift being offered in this moment. The soft plash of a koi fish surfacing to catch a floating petal, the distant call of a night bird from the forest beyond the garden walls. The subtle shift in air pressure as a wisp of cloud passed briefly across the moon's face, dimming the light for just a heartbeat before releasing it to shine full and bright again. Each of these small events was perfect in itself, requiring nothing more than her quiet witness to be complete. She found herself walking more and more slowly, not wanting to miss even the smallest detail of this miraculous night. The way moonlight caught the dewdrops on spider webs stretched between bamboo stalks, the soft rustle of small creatures, field mice perhaps, or hedge spirits moving through the undergrowth beyond the garden's stone walls. The gradual shift in the falling petals' rhythm as the night breeze strengthened and gentled in irregular pulses. She paused beside her favorite cherry tree, an ancient giant whose trunk was so wide that she could not wrap her arms even halfway around it. This tree was the eldest in the garden, planted, according to Master Kame, by a monk so long ago that his name had been forgotten by all but the mountain itself. Its bark was deeply grooved with age, creating intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of all the seasons it had witnessed. Its lower branches curved and twisted into graceful arcs that nearly touched the ground, creating natural archways carpeted with moss and fallen leaves. From this venerable tree, the luminous petals fell most abundantly, creating a soft, glowing carpet around its massive base. As Suki approached, she could see that the light within each petal pulsed gently, like a slow heartbeat or the rhythm of deep, peaceful breathing. The effect was hypnotic and deeply calming, as if the tree itself was breathing light into the world. She placed her paw against the ancient trunk and immediately felt the slow, profound pulse of the tree's life force, a rhythm so much deeper and more measured than her own quick heartbeat, yet somehow perfectly in harmony with the larger rhythms of the earth and sky. Through her paw, she could sense the tree's vast root system spreading through the mountain soil, drawing nourishment from springs deep underground, connecting with the roots of its sister trees to share resources and information in ways that human minds could barely comprehend. In that moment of connection, she felt herself becoming part of the tree's memories, decades upon decades of seasons, cycling through bloom and bareness, winter sleep and spring awakening. Countless nights like this one, when the moon was full and the mountain was draped in silver, countless dawns breaking over the eastern peaks. The patient accumulation of rings of growth, year after year, each one a record of the weather and the tree's response to it. The slow wisdom that came from being rooted in one place while watching the entire world change around it. As she stood in communion with the ancient cherry tree, a particularly large petal, this one glowing with an especially intense inner light, spiraled down from the highest branches. She watched its leisurely descent, following its path as it turned and danced on the night air, catching moonbeams and throwing them back like a tiny prism. When it finally came to rest in her upturned palm, she gasped softly at its beauty. Holding it up to the moonlight, she could see the intricate network of veins running through its translucent surface, each tiny pathway perfectly designed to carry life-giving nutrients from stem to tip during the petal's brief existence on the branch. The delicate architecture was more beautiful than any human art, more complex than any piece of jewelry, yet it had been created not for admiration, but simply as part of the tree's natural function, beauty as a byproduct of being, rather than beauty as an end in itself. As she watched, the petal began its transformation from luminous white back to ordinary pink, its magical glow fading like the last light of sunset. But in this fading, she saw not diminishment, but completion. The petal had served its purpose magnificently. It had carried light into the world, had created a moment of wonder, had taught without words the lesson of graceful release. Now it was ready for its next role, returning to the earth, becoming part of the soil that would feed the tree through the coming winter and give it strength for next spring's growth. This realization filled Suki with such profound peace that she felt herself becoming lighter, as if she too might drift upward like the falling petals, weightless and free from the burden of attachment. But instead of floating away from the earth, she felt herself sinking deeper into the present moment, feeling her connection not only to the garden around her, but to all of existence, the mountains and valleys, the forests and streams, the vast sky filled with stars, the entire turning world of which she was such a small but essential part. The sensation was both humbling and exhilarating. She was nothing more than one small panda in an infinite universe, yet she was also inextricably woven into the fabric of that universe, as necessary and as precious as any falling petal, as any ancient tree, as any reflection of moonlight on still water. She made her way to a small stone bench that sat beside a miniature waterfall, where a mountain stream cascaded over smooth rocks polished by centuries of flowing water before joining the pond. The sound of the water was like nature's own lullaby, soft and rhythmic and infinitely soothing. It blended with the whisper of falling petals and the gentle rustle of bamboo leaves to create a symphony of impermanence, each note perfect and unrepeatable, each moment of music unique and irreplaceable. Here, surrounded by these gentle sounds and the continuing rain of luminous petals, Suki decided to sit in formal meditation, as Master Kame had taught her during their many evenings together in his small temple. She arranged herself on the bench in the traditional posture, spine straight but not rigid, paws resting lightly on her knees, eyes soft and unfocused, breath flowing naturally and without effort. As she settled into stillness, the falling petals continued their graceful dance around her. Some landed on her head and shoulders, adorning her like a crown of stars. Others settled on the bench beside her or on the moss-covered ground at her feet. Still others drifted past on the evening breeze, disappearing into the shadows beyond the lamplight, only to reappear moments later, glowing softly as they completed their earthward journey. Each petal was perfect in its imperfection, beautiful in its brevity, teaching her wordlessly about the nature of all existence. Like thoughts arising and passing away in the mind during meditation, the petals appeared, danced briefly in awareness, and then faded not into nothingness, but into something else, something equally valuable, but utterly different. Closing her eyes, Suki began to deepen her meditation. With each inhale, she drew in the cool, flower-scented air, feeling it fill her lungs and spread energy throughout her body. With each exhale, she released not only the breath but any need to control or possess this moment, allowing herself to be fully present while simultaneously letting the experience flow through her without attachment. This was the paradox Master Kame had often spoken of, how true appreciation came not from grasping but from opening one's hands and heart completely. When we try to hold water, he had said, it slips through our fingers, but when we cup our hands and allow it to rest there, it stays as long as it needs to, and when it flows away, it leaves us refreshed and grateful. As she sat in meditation, time seemed to dissolve completely. The usual markers by which she measured her days, the movement of shadows, the progress of the moon across the sky, the gradual shift from night toward dawn, all became irrelevant. What mattered was not duration but depth, not the counting of moments but the quality of presence she brought to each instant of experience. She felt herself becoming part of the garden's rhythm, her breathing naturally synchronizing with the whisper of wind through bamboo, her heartbeat echoing the gentle pulse of water flowing over stone. The boundary between herself and her surroundings grew softer and softer, until she was no longer a panda sitting in a garden, but simply a center of awareness within the vast, interconnected web of existence. In this state of deep meditation, she began to perceive the falling petals not just with her eyes, but with her entire being. Each one was a tiny burst of joy, a small celebration of beauty being offered freely to the world. She felt their gentle impacts as they landed on her fur, experienced their brief moments of glowing radiance as celebrations in which her own awareness participated. She was not separate from their beauty, she was part of it, a conscious witness through which the universe came to know its own loveliness. Hours might have passed, or perhaps only minutes in the garden of falling stars. Such distinctions had lost all meaning. What mattered was the gradual deepening of her understanding, the slow blossoming of wisdom that came not from thinking but from being, not from analyzing but from experiencing with complete openness and trust. When she finally opened her eyes, the first thing she noticed was that the luminous petals had formed perfect mandalas around her intricate patterns of light and shadow, presence and absence, that seemed to have appeared without any conscious design. It was as if the garden itself had acknowledged her meditation, marking this moment of deep realization with beauty that would exist only briefly before transforming into something else entirely. The petals in the nearest mandala were just beginning to fade from luminous white to ordinary pink, their brief time as carriers of magical light coming to its natural end. But even as their glow dimmed, they remained beautiful, perhaps more beautiful than before, because now their beauty was freed from the spectacular and returned to the everyday miracle of existence itself. She rose slowly from the bench, careful not to disturb the patterns of petals that had formed around her. As she moved, she brushed the petals from her fur with infinite gentleness, not wanting to hurry their natural journey groundward, but also not trying to keep them longer than they wished to stay. Each touch was a blessing, each release a small prayer of gratitude. Walking to the edge of the pond, she looked down at her reflection, now adorned with scattered petals that glowed like fallen stars against her black and white fur. The image was so beautiful that for a moment she hardly recognized herself. She looked like a creature from an old legend, a spirit of the mountain clothed in starlight and moonbeams. But even as she watched, the petals began to fade, their light dimming until they became ordinary blossoms, then brown fragments, then nothing at all, blown away by a gentle breeze that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The lesson was wordless but completely clear. Everything passes, and in its passing lies its perfection. The petal's power had never come from permanence, but from presence, not from lasting, but from being fully experienced in the moment of their occurrence. As the night deepened and the moon began its slow journey toward the western mountains, Suki made one final circuit of the garden. The cherry trees were gradually returning to their autumn state, their branches becoming bare, except for the last few luminous petals that continued to fall like gentle rain made of light. Soon, even these would be gone, and the garden would return to its quiet winter, waiting beautiful in a different way, holding within its apparent emptiness the promise of spring's eventual return. She paused at each tree to offer a silent bow of gratitude, acknowledging the profound gift she had been given. The experience had changed her, not by adding something new to her understanding, but by revealing something that had always been there, the capacity to find profound beauty in transience, deep peace in letting go, infinite joy in the finite moment. She had always possessed this capacity, but tonight the garden had shown her how to use it, how to live from it, how to let it transform every moment of her existence. At the garden's bamboo gate she turned for one last look at the magical scene. The moon was lower now, its light growing softer and more golden as it approached the horizon. The last few luminous petals drifted earthward like sleepy stars returning to rest, and the pond reflected the changing sky in its mirror-still surface. Everything was exactly as it should be, perfect in its impermanence, beautiful in its brevity, complete in its incompleteness. As she stepped through the gate and began the gentle journey back to her den, Suki carried within her heart not just the memory of falling stars, but a fundamental shift in her way of being. She understood now that every moment was like those luminous petals, brief, unrepeatable, and absolutely precious. The secret was not to try to make moments last longer, but to meet each one with complete presence, complete openness, complete gratitude. The path back to her den wound through groves of sleeping bamboo and past small shrines where mountain spirits were said to rest during the darkest hours of night. But tonight, Suki felt that she herself had become a kind of shrine, a place where the sacred and the ordinary met and recognized each other as one and the same. Each step was a prayer, each breath a meditation, each moment a small celebration of existence itself. When she reached her den, a comfortable hollow in the roots of an enormous pine tree, lined with soft moss and dried grasses, she paused outside to look up at the star-filled sky. The same light that had illuminated the falling petals was there in each distant star, the same beauty, the same gentle reminder of the infinite creativity of existence. She felt connected to it all, not as an observer looking at the universe from outside, but as one of its expressions, one of the ways it came to know and appreciate itself. As she settled into her soft bed of dried grass and bamboo leaves, Suki, the giant panda, felt the extraordinary events of the evening settling into her very bones. It was a warmth from a perfect fire, a profound, deep-seated peace that surpassed mere physical comfort. The vision of the falling luminous petals had taught her the most essential lesson of all, that life's deepest joy comes not from holding on, but from letting go, not from demanding permanence, but from embracing presence, and not from having, but from being. This realization felt less like brand new knowledge acquired from a book or a teacher, and more like remembering something her soul had always known, but had somehow been obscured and forgotten in the business of daily existence, the constant seeking and striving that distracts from the simple wonder of the moment. Outside her den, the first subtle ethereal hints of dawn were beginning to touch the eastern peaks, painting them in the faintest, most delicate shades of rose and pale gold. This was the quiet, sacred hour, the liminal space between night and day. Somewhere in the vast, still distance, she could hear the morning temple bell beginning its gentle, rhythmic call, bong, bong, a signal to the monks for another day of quiet practice and contemplation. But these sounds seemed to come from very far away, as if from another world entirely, a world of effort and movement. Suki was already drifting willingly into that peaceful space between waking and sleeping, where the boundaries between dream and reality become as soft as moonlight on water, fluid and indistinguishable. Her last conscious thought, before the final layer of wakefulness dissolved, was a wave of gratitude so profound it seemed to encompass not just this magical night, but her entire existence. It was a thankfulness that spanned her life, gratitude for the ancient mountain that sheltered her, for the secret garden that had finally revealed its ephemeral mysteries to her, for Master Kame's patient teachings that nudged her toward awareness, and especially for the luminous petals that had danced their way into her heart and mind. But most of all, this feeling was pure gratitude for the simple miracle of awareness itself, the sheer, unburdened capacity to witness beauty, to recognize profound wisdom in a small event, and to be perpetually touched by wonder. In her dreams, the instruction continued. She walked again through the moonlit garden, but now she herself was made of the same gentle, pure light as the falling petals. She did not walk with effort. She drifted through the air like a blessing made visible, part of the eternal dance of appearing and disappearing, manifesting and dissolving, being and becoming. In this dream dance, the final barrier of separateness dissolved. She understood with absolute clarity that she had never been separate from the garden's beauty. She was intrinsically part of it, woven into its deepest cycles of growth and rest, blooming and fading, as natural and necessary as moonlight on still water. She dreamed of Master Kame, his ancient eyes twinkling with a gentle, knowing humor as he watched her finally grasp the lesson he had been trying to teach her all along. "Now you see," he said in the dream, his voice like the sound of wind through pine needles, carrying no judgment, only truth. The secret was never about the falling petals. The secret was about the one who watches them fall with an open heart. The petals were the subject, but the open heart was the true practice. In another part of the dream, she was swimming in a pond made of liquid starlight, surrounded by the now familiar luminous petals that sang as they touched the water. Each song was unique, a distinct vibration of existence, yet all were part of the same endless melody, the song of existence itself, celebrating its own infinite creativity and boundless love. She joined her voice to theirs, not with words or panda sounds, but with pure joy, pure gratitude, pure wonder at the mystery of being alive in such a beautiful, ephemeral universe. The dream images flowed and changed like water, like clouds, like the very thoughts that arise and pass away in meditation. The boundaries of self dissolved entirely. Sometimes she was the panda watching the petals fall. Sometimes she was the petal falling toward the earth. Sometimes she was the earth receiving the petal with infinite tenderness. Sometimes she was the space in which all of this was happening, the pure, empty awareness that made the experience possible. And always, woven through every image and sensation, was the profound peace that comes from truly understanding the beauty of letting go. Not letting go as loss or abandonment, but letting go as the most natural, necessary thing in the world, like breathing out after breathing in, like winter following autumn, like sleep following the day's gentle activities. The last thing she was aware of before sleep claimed her completely was the sound of a single petal falling not in the physical garden, nor even the dream garden, but somewhere in the realm of pure consciousness, where all falling is really flying, and all endings are beginnings waiting to be discovered. With this gentle sound echoing in her heart like a bell made of silence, Suki surrendered completely to sleep, cradled in the profound peace that comes from living in harmony with the way things are. And in the secret garden, though she was no longer there to witness it, the last luminous petal completed its journey from branch to earth, its brief, soft light fading as the moon finally set behind the ancient mountains, leaving only the memory of beauty and the eternal promise that in every ending a new beginning quietly waits to be born. The Samurai Zen Garden of Falling Stars, a Zen Tales series sleep story. In the deep hours before dawn, when the world holds its breath between night and morning, a samurai named Kenjiro walked along a mountain path he had never seen before. His armor had long since been set aside, traded for the simple robes of a wanderer. His katana, once his pride, now served merely as a walking staff, its weight familiar against his palm as he navigated the winding stone steps that seemed to emerge from mist itself. The air was cool and soft, carrying with it the faint perfume of night-blooming jasmine and the distant whisper of water moving over stones. Overhead, the moon hung full and patient, casting everything in silver light that seemed to emanate not just from above, but from within the very earth itself. Each blade of grass, each fallen leaf, each worn stone in the path glowed with that gentle luminescence, as if the world had become a living pearl. Kenjiro had been walking for many days now, though time seemed to flow differently in these mountains. He had left his Lord's service after the war's end, not in anger or disappointment, but with a deep tiredness that sleep could not cure. The clash of steel, the weight of duty, the endless cycle of conflict and resolution, all of it had begun to feel like a dream from which he longed to wake. And so he had walked, following paths that appeared beneath his feet, trusting in the ancient wisdom that said when the student is ready, the teacher appears. As the path curved around a massive boulder, worn smooth by countless seasons of wind and rain, Kenjiro noticed something unusual. The stone steps, which had been climbing steadily upward, now began to descend, spiraling down in a gentle curve that disappeared into what looked like a grove of cherry trees. But this was not the season for cherry blossoms, and yet, as he drew closer, he could see pale pink petals drifting on the night air like snow, like stars fallen to earth. The sight filled him with a quiet wonder. In all his travels, in all his years of discipline and training, he had learned to trust what his eyes showed him, but this seemed to belong to the realm of dreams. Yet the petals were real enough. He caught one on his outstretched palm and felt its silk-soft texture, saw the delicate veins that ran through its translucent flesh like tiny rivers of moonlight. The path led him through an opening in what he now realized was a carefully tended hedge, its leaves so dark they seemed almost black in the moonlight, yet somehow radiant. As he stepped through this natural doorway, Kenjiro found himself in a garden unlike any he had ever seen. Cherry trees lined gravel paths that curved and meandered without apparent purpose, each turn revealing new vistas of carefully placed stones, small bridges arching over streams that caught and held the moon's reflection, and moss-covered lanterns that cast pools of warm golden light. But most remarkable of all were the cherry blossoms themselves, thousands upon thousands of them, falling in a continuous, gentle rain of pink and white, each petal spiraling down with the languid grace of a dancer lost in meditation. The sound was almost inaudible, the softest whisper as each blossom met the earth, like the breathing of sleeping children, like the turning of pages in an ancient book. The ground beneath his feet was carpeted inches deep with petals, creating a path that seemed to glow from within, as if he walked upon a river of captured starlight. In the center of the garden, beside a small pond whose surface was dark as polished obsidian, sat an elderly man. He wore the simple grey robes of a temple gardener, and his back was straight despite his apparent age. His hair, white as the moon overhead, was gathered in a simple knot at the base of his neck. He sat in perfect stillness, his eyes closed, his breathing so quiet that Kenjiro could barely detect the rise and fall of his chest. For a long moment, Kenjiro stood at the garden's edge, perfectly still, uncertain whether to intrude upon this extraordinary scene of perfect tranquility. The falling petals continued their eternal dance around him, a silent, breathtaking spectacle. He found himself utterly mesmerized by their movement, so random and yet so purposeful, each blossom following its own intricate path through the moonlit air, spinning and turning as if guided by invisible, gentle hands that choreographed the cosmic flow. Without opening his eyes, the old gardener spoke, his voice as soft as the whisper of silk against silk, yet resonating with an undeniable authority. "The cherry blossoms have been waiting for you," he said, and there was neither surprise nor question in his tone, only a deep, quiet acceptance, as if Kenjiro's arrival at this very moment was as natural and expected as the rising of the sun after the night. Kenjiro moved closer, his feet instinctively making no sound on the lush carpet of petals that cushioned the stone path. "Master," he said, bowing deeply, a gesture of respect that felt entirely unbidden. He did not know why he used that title, only that it felt right, as natural as breathing. "I am a traveler, lost on the mountain paths. I did not mean to disturb your meditation." The old man, who was enveloped in the quietude of the place, opened his eyes then. Kenjiro saw that they held the same gentle luminescence as everything else in this garden, as if the moon itself lived behind those ancient pupils. "Nothing is disturbed here that was not meant to be disturbed," the gardener said with a smile that seemed to encompass all the world's sorrows and joys in equal measure. "I am Rio. I tend this garden, as my teacher tended it before me, as his teacher tended it before him. The cherry trees bloom here in all seasons, for time moves differently in places where truth is cultivated. Kenjiro settled onto the ground beside the pond, his motion fluid as he crossed his legs in the meditation posture his old sensei had taught him decades ago. The petals continued their descent around them, some landing softly on his shoulders and in his hair, others settling on the water's surface where they floated like tiny boats carrying moonbeams to distant shores. The fragrance of jasmine and moss wrapped around him like a comforting shawl. "I was a samurai," Kenjiro said, the word feeling heavy and distant, belonging to another life. He wasn't sure why he felt compelled to share this deep vulnerability. "I served my lord faithfully for 20 years. I fought in battles, upheld honor, protected the innocent. But after the last war ended, I found myself empty, as if I had poured out everything. I was my loyalty, my courage, my will, and had nothing left to refill the vessel." Ryo nodded slowly, his eyes reflecting the dancing light of the lanterns and the luminous blossoms. "And what did you seek to pour back in?" he asked, his voice steady. Kenjiro watched a particularly large blossom spiral down from the branches above, its path serpentine and unhurried. "Peace," he said finally, "purpose, understanding. I thought if I walked long enough, meditated deeply enough, perhaps I would find whatever it was I had lost." "And what have you found?" Ryo pressed gently. The question hung in the air between them like incense smoke. Kenjiro considered it with the intense focus of a man analyzing a complex battlefield strategy, yet now turning that focus inward. He watched as more petals joined the growing carpet at their feet, covering the grey stone with luminous white. "I have found that searching and finding are not so different from each other," he said slowly, the realization forming on his tongue for the first time, that the path and the destination might be the same thing. Ryo's smile deepened, a ripple in the stillness. "The cherry blossoms are excellent teachers," he said, his hand gesturing to the trees around them. "They spend all their energy creating something beautiful, knowing that it will last only a few days. They do not mourn when the petals fall. They do not rage against the wind or the rain. They simply give everything they have, completely and without reservation, and then they let go." As if responding directly to his words, a gentle breeze stirred through the heart of the garden, sending clouds of petals swirling through the air like pink snow caught in a moonbeam. Kenjiro watched their dizzying, joyful dance, and something in his chest, a tight, hard knot he hadn't even realized was there, began to loosen and dissolve like mist in the morning Sunday. "In my youth," Ryo continued, his voice taking on the cadence of one telling a story that has been told many times before but never loses its power, "I was much like you. Not a samurai, but a monk who believed that enlightenment was something to be achieved through effort and will. I sought to conquer the self. I meditated until my legs cramped. I studied until my eyes ached. I practiced calligraphy until my fingers bled. I was determined to grasp truth, the way a warrior grasps his sword. He paused, the silence filled only by the whisper of the descending petals. He watched one land on the water directly before him, its reflection creating a perfect double image that rippled and reformed as tiny fish rose to investigate its light. My teacher, Master Ajun, brought me to this garden one spring morning when the cherry trees were in full, intoxicating bloom. "Sit here," he said, "and catch the falling blossoms." He gave me a simple woven basket and left me alone. I sat for hours, leaping and stretching, chasing after each petal as it fell. I thought the goal was a full basket. I was in competition with the wind and gravity. By evening, I had perhaps a dozen blossoms in my basket, and I was exhausted, frustrated, and convinced that I had failed some important test of agility or mindfulness. Kenjiro found himself leaning forward slightly, drawn into the gentle rhythm of the story. When my teacher returned, he looked at my basket and nodded. "Tomorrow," he said, "try again." So I did, and the next day, and the day after that. Each day I grew more frantic, more determined to catch every blossom that fell. Each evening I returned to him with my meager collection, and each evening he simply nodded and told me to try again. A fish jumped in the pond, its splash sending concentric circles across the surface, disturbing the reflected moon until it scattered into 1,000 fragments of light. This went on for a week, and then a month. The blossoms were beginning to fade, their season ending, and still I chased after each one, like a man possessed. Finally, on what I knew would be the last day of the bloom, I sat down in exhaustion and despair. I had failed. I could never catch all the falling blossoms. It was impossible. Rio reached out and plucked a petal from Kenjiro's shoulder, holding it up to catch the moonlight. And in that moment of surrender, of complete acceptance of my failure, I looked around and realized something profound. I was sitting in a garden carpeted with cherry blossoms. Thousands upon thousands of them surrounded me, more beautiful in their fallen state than they had ever been on the tree. I had been so focused on catching them that I had never simply received them. The old gardener opened his palm and let the petal fall. It landed silently on the carpet beside him, becoming part of the vast pink and white tapestry that covered the earth. My teacher found me sitting there, surrounded by beauty, tears streaming down my face. "Now you understand," he said. "The blossoms were never meant to be caught. They were meant to be received. The tree gives them freely, the earth receives them gratefully, and in between we have the privilege of witnessing their dance." Kenjiro felt something shift inside him, like the settling of stones that have found their natural resting place. He looked around the garden with new eyes, seeing not the careful arrangement of plants and stones, but the underlying principle that made it all possible, the willing participation in cycles of giving and receiving, of creation and release, of holding and letting go. "Is that why you tend this garden?" he asked. "To teach others what your master taught you?" Rio shook his head gently. "I tend this garden because the tending is its own reward. because each stone placed, each branch pruned, each path swept clean is an act of love that expects nothing in return. The teaching, if it happens, is simply what occurs when two people sit together in a place where truth has been cultivated for many generations. This selfless dedication to the moment, he implied, was the garden's great secret. They sat in comfortable silence as the night deepened around them. The moon had moved across the sky, changing the pattern of shadows and light in the garden, but the cherry blossoms continued their eternal falling, as they had for hours, as they would for hours more. Kenjiro found his breathing slowing to match the rhythm of their descent, his heartbeat synchronizing with some deeper pulse that seemed to emanate from the earth itself, the slow, steady beat of existence without striving. "Master," he said eventually, breaking the quiet with a question that had burdened him for years, "what becomes of a samurai who no longer wishes to fight? What becomes of a cherry blossom that falls to the ground?" Ryo countered, redirecting the inquiry back to the present visual lesson. Kenjiro considered this, watching a petal land on his knee. It nourishes the soil, it becomes part of the earth that feeds the tree. "And so the cycle continues," Ryo said. "The warrior's strength, the monk's devotion, the gardener's care, all of it returns to the source from which it came, transformed but not lost. You think you have lost your purpose, but perhaps you have simply arrived at the place where your true purpose can finally be revealed. The purpose was not in the doing, but in the being." A night bird called from somewhere in the darkness beyond the garden walls, its voice clear and sweet. Another answered from a different direction, and then another, until the air was filled with their gentle music. "My master used to say that every ending is also a beginning," Ryo continued. "The cherry blossom that falls today feeds the tree that will bloom tomorrow. The samurai who lays down his sword today may pick up the gardener's rake tomorrow, or the teacher's brush, or the healer's herbs. The form changes, but the essence remains: the dedication, the discipline, the commitment to service." Kenjiro felt tears gathering at the corners of his eyes, not tears of sadness but of recognition, as if he were meeting an old friend after a long separation. "I have been so afraid of becoming nothing," he whispered, "of losing myself in the letting go. And what are you now? Sitting in a garden of falling stars, surrounded by beauty, filled with peace. Are you nothing?" The question hung in the air between them, and Kenjiro realized that he had never felt more present, more alive, more completely himself than he did in this moment. The fear that had driven him from his old life, the emptiness that had sent him wandering in the mountains, the desperate seeking that had consumed his days, all of it seemed as insubstantial as morning mist. "I am here," he said simply. "I am receiving." Ryo's smile was radiant in the moonlight. "Yes, and that is everything." The old gardener rose to his feet with the fluid grace of a much younger man. "Come," he said, "there is something I would like to show you." He led Kenjiro deeper into the garden, along paths that seemed to multiply and branch with each step, past pools that reflected not just the moon but entire constellations, past groves where night-blooming flowers released perfumes that spoke directly to the soul. The cherry blossoms followed them as they walked, swirling around their feet, settling on their shoulders like blessings from unseen hands. They climbed a small hill at the garden's heart, where an ancient cherry tree stood alone. Its trunk was massive, gnarled with age, and its branches spread wide to create a canopy that seemed to touch the very stars. But this tree was different from the others. Its blossoms glowed with their own inner light, as if each petal contained a tiny flame. "This is the mother tree," Rio said, his voice filled with reverence. "She has stood here for over 1,000 years. Every cherry tree in this garden is her descendant, and yet she continues to bloom, season after season, sharing her beauty with all who come to witness." Kenjiro approached the tree with the respect due to a great master. As he drew closer, he could see that the trunk bore scars from countless storms, places where lightning had struck, where ice had split the bark, where time itself had carved deep lines into the living wood. Yet from each wound, new growth had emerged, creating patterns of extraordinary beauty, transforming damage into decoration. She teaches us that impermanence is not the enemy of beauty, but its very source, Rio said, placing his palm against the ancient bark. Each scar tells a story of survival, of adaptation, of the courage to continue blooming despite loss. She has endured because she has never resisted change, never fought against the passing of time, never tried to hold on to what was already ready to fall. As they stood beneath the great tree's branches, the falling petals seemed to increase, creating a shower of luminous beauty that surrounded them completely. Kenjiro closed his eyes and felt each blossom as it touched his skin, as gentle as a mother's kiss, as blessing as a master's approval. The sound of the falling was now a hushed roar of surrender and grace. "I understand now," he said, opening his eyes to meet Rio's gaze. "The emptiness I felt was not loss, but space for something new to grow. The ending of my old life was not death, but preparation for a new kind of living. And what would you like to grow in that space?" Rio asked, his voice inviting. Kenjiro looked around the garden, at the careful beauty that spoke of decades of patient tending, at the paths that led nowhere but deeper into wonder, at the blossoms that gave themselves so completely to the night air. "Peace," he said, "beauty, service without the need for recognition, love without the fear of loss." "These are good seeds to plant," Rio said with approval. "They grow well in soil that has been prepared by experience, watered by tears, and warmed by the willingness to begin again. To truly serve the garden is to cultivate not just the blossoms, but the heart that appreciates their falling." He gestured toward the bamboo rake. "The work begins now." They made their way back to the pond, where the reflection of the moon had reformed into a perfect silver circle, though its light was beginning to feel fragile. Kenjiro noticed that the night was starting to soften at its edges, the deepest, most absolute darkness giving way to something that was not yet the fullness of light, but was no longer complete shadow. Dawn was still hours away according to the valley's clocks, but time in this garden, this cultivated sanctuary, seemed to flow according to its own mysterious, patient rhythms. "Will you stay?" Rio asked as they settled once more beside the mirror-still water. His question was simple and direct, yet carried the weight of a profound invitation. The garden has many tasks that need patient hands, and I find that former samurai often make excellent gardeners. They understand discipline, they value routine, and they are not afraid of honest work. Kenjiro felt a warmth spread through his chest, a startling, unexpected sense of homecoming that he had not experienced in all his years of service or wandering. "I would be honored," he said, the words catching slightly with emotion. "But I know nothing about tending plants, about the delicate work of cultivation." He was a man trained in force and efficiency, not gentleness and patience. Ryo's laugh was as soft and melodious as the whisper of silk. "The plants will teach you, Kenjiro, just as the cherry blossoms have already begun to do. The most important lesson is also the simplest. Give what you can, receive what comes, and trust the process. Everything else is just technique." He paused, looking out at the endless rain of petals. "When you stop fighting the wind, you learn to dance with it." They sat together as the night continued its slow wheel toward morning, watching the endless dance of falling blossoms, listening to the gentle conversation of water over stones, breathing in the palpable peace that seemed to emanate from every carefully tended corner of this sacred space. The silence between them was not empty, but full, alive with the memory of seasons past, with the unseen breath of the earth, with the quiet presence of ancestors who had once walked these paths. Kenjiro felt his old life settling around him like a comfortable, familiar robe, not one that had been discarded, but one that was transformed. Its harsh, warlike edges had been softened into something that could serve beauty instead of war, patience instead of violence, and in this recognition he felt the first true stirrings of belonging he had known in years. As the first suggestion of dawn touched the eastern sky, painting the horizon with the faintest brush stroke of rose and copper, Rio rose with a supple, unhurried movement. He bowed deeply to the great cherry tree, to the pond, to the paths and stones and sleeping flowers that surrounded them. "Each morning," he said, his voice a low declaration of purpose, "I thank the garden for the privilege of serving it. Each evening, I thank it for the lessons it has taught me throughout the day. This is how we remember that we are not separate from the beauty we tend, but an integral part of it." Kenjiro stood and bowed as well, feeling the profound truth of these words settle into his bones. The cherry blossoms continued their eternal falling around them, each one a small prayer released into the world, each one a reminder that the most profound acts are often the most gentle, and that true strength lies not in holding on but in the courage to let go. "Come," Rio said, gathering up a worn bamboo rake that had been leaning against a stone lantern. The tool seemed less like an implement for labor and more like an extension of his arm. "The day begins with sweeping the paths. Not to remove the blossoms, they are, after all, part of the garden's beauty, but to arrange them so that their gift is fully received, so that those who walk here can see clearly the generosity of the trees. This was tending the awareness of others as they began their work, moving slowly and mindfully among the paths. Kenjiro felt a deep, quiet contentment settle into his spirit. The rising sun painted the falling petals in shades of gold and rose, and the garden awakened around them with the soft sounds of birds stirring in their nests, of small animals moving through the undergrowth, and of water continuing its eternal conversation with stone. The air itself seemed to shimmer, alive with a promise that nothing was wasted, that even the most fleeting of moments had its place in the great pattern. Kenjiro discovered that the rhythmic pull of the rake was itself a form of moving meditation, grounding him firmly in the present moment, teaching him that every stroke, however simple, could become an offering of devotion. Here, in this place where time moved to the rhythm of growing things, where beauty was both created and released with equal joy, where an old gardener tended not just plants but the very possibility of peace, Kenjiro had finally found what he had been seeking without knowing its name. It was not enlightenment as a destination to be reached or a final treasure to be grasped, but enlightenment as a way of moving through the world gently, gratefully, with hands open to give and receive in equal measure. The cherry blossoms continued to fall, as they had for countless dawns, as they would for countless dawns to come, and in their falling, in their perfect willingness to surrender, they wrote across the morning air the ancient truth that all endings are beginnings, all losses are gifts in disguise, and all who learn to receive the world's beauty with open hearts become gardeners in the endless cultivation of wonder. As the sun climbed higher, painting the entire garden in warm, clear gold, Kenjiro understood that he had come home not to a place, but to a way of being. The samurai's sword had become the gardener's rake, the warrior's strength had been transformed into the tender's unfailing patience, and the empty vessel he had felt himself to be had become a sacred space where beauty could take root and grow. The subtle, sweet scent of the arranged petals rose to meet the sun's warmth, confirming that in the gentle morning light, surrounded by the soft whisper of falling stars, all was profoundly well. The monk who found peace in the rain, a Zen sleep story for deep rest. High on the mist-wrapped slopes of Mount Shirakawa, where the clouds gathered like old friends sharing whispered secrets, stood the Temple of Gentle Waters. Its weathered wooden beams had witnessed countless seasons, countless storms, and countless moments of profound silence. Tonight, as the first drops of what would become the season's longest rain began to fall, Brother Kenjiro sat in the temple's main hall, his aged hands folded peacefully in his lap. The monk was 73 years old, though his exact age mattered little in this place where time moved like honey through sunlight. His hair, now silver white as morning frost, was cropped close to his head in the traditional manner. Deep lines mapped the geography of his face, each one earned through years of quiet contemplation, gentle laughter, and the patient tending of both garden and spirit. His brown robes, simple and unadorned, had been mended so many times that they seemed more like a second skin than clothing. For 47 years, Kenjiro had called this temple home. He had arrived as a young man seeking answers to questions he could barely articulate, carrying nothing but a small bundle of possessions and a heart heavy with the world's suffering. Now, as the rain began to intensify, drumming its ancient rhythm against the temple's curved roof, he found himself thinking not of questions, but of the profound beauty of simply being present for each moment as it arrived. The sound of rain had always stirred something deep within him. As a child in the valley below, he had pressed his face against his family's paper windows during storms, watching the water streak down in rivulets like tears of joy. As a young monk, he had often stood in the temple's covered walkways during downpours, breathing in the petrichor, that sweet, earthy scent that rose from rain-kissed soil. But tonight felt different. Tonight, the rain seemed to be calling to him with a voice he had never quite heard before. Tap, 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 tap. The rhythm was hypnotic, like a meditation bell struck by invisible hands. Kenjiro closed his eyes and let the sound wash over him, feeling his breath naturally slow to match the gentle cadence. Each raindrop seemed to carry its own small story of clouds gathering over distant mountains, of moisture rising from far-off seas, of the endless cycle that connected all things in a web of quiet interdependence. Rising slowly from his meditation cushion, his knees creaking softly with the accumulated wisdom of decades, Kenjiro moved toward the temple's main entrance. The wooden floors, polished smooth by countless bare feet, felt cool beneath his own feet. He slid open the heavy doors with practiced ease, revealing the rain-soaked courtyard beyond. The temple grounds stretched out before him like a watercolor painting come to life. Stone lanterns, their flames protected by rice paper shields, cast warm pools of golden light that danced and flickered in the falling rain. The carefully raked gravel of the meditation garden had transformed into a canvas of tiny craters, each raindrop creating perfect circles that overlapped and merged in endless, ever-changing patterns. But it was the ancient pine tree at the courtyard's center that drew his attention most powerfully. Gnarled and magnificent, its trunk easily 6 feet in diameter, the tree had stood sentinel here for over 300 years. Its branches, heavy with rain-darkened needles, swayed gently in the night breeze. Water cascaded from its boughs in sheets, creating a curtain of silver that shimmered in the lantern light. Kenjiro had swept beneath this tree countless times, had meditated in its shade during blazing summer afternoons, had watched snow accumulate on its branches during mountain winters. But tonight, as the rain intensified, he saw it with fresh eyes. The tree was not simply enduring the storm, it was dancing with it, drinking it in, celebrating each drop as a gift from the sky. Without conscious thought, the old monk stepped out into the rain. The first drops struck his shaved head like tiny blessings, cool and clean and immediate. Within moments, his brown robes began to darken as the water soaked through the fabric. But instead of seeking shelter, Kenjiro stood perfectly still in the courtyard's center, arms at his sides, face turned upward toward the star-hidden sky. The sensation was extraordinary. Each raindrop seemed to carry its own unique message, some gentle as whispered prayers, others more insistent, like urgent reminders to pay attention. The water ran down his face in rivulets, tracing the familiar paths carved by decades of weather and contemplation. It pooled briefly at his chin before dropping to join the growing puddles at his feet. This, he thought with sudden clarity, this is what I have been missing. For all his years of meditation, of studying sacred texts, of tending the temple gardens with mindful precision, he had somehow overlooked the simple, profound teaching available in a moment like this. The rain asked nothing of him except presence. It demanded no philosophy, no doctrine, no carefully constructed understanding. It simply was immediate, essential, alive. Kenjiro began to walk slowly through the courtyard, his bare feet splashing softly in the forming puddles. The rain had intensified now, transforming from gentle drops into a steady downpour that filled the night with its constant soothing voice. Lightning flickered somewhere in the distance, illuminating the rain-heavy clouds for brief, spectacular moments, followed by thunder that rolled across the mountains like the deep breathing of sleeping giants. He made his way to the temple's small garden, where vegetables and herbs grew in neat, carefully tended rows. Here, the transformation was even more remarkable. The earth, which had been dry and thirsting after several weeks without significant rain, now drank deeply. He could almost see the plants responding, the drooping leaves of the bok choy lifting with renewed vigor, the herbs releasing their concentrated fragrances into the rain-washed air. Kneeling beside a patch of winter radishes, Kenjiro placed his hands flat against the mud-softened soil. The earth was cool and alive beneath his palms, and he could feel it drinking in the rain with the same grateful attention he brought to his morning tea. Everything was connected in this moment, the sky's gift of water, the earth's ready acceptance, the plant's eager response, and his own quiet witnessing of it all. Time seemed to slow and thicken, like honey mixed with moonlight. The old monk remained kneeling in the garden, no longer aware of the distinction between himself and the rain-soaked world around him. His breath had synchronized with the rhythm of falling water. His heartbeat seemed to echo the distant rumble of thunder. He was not separate from the storm, he was part of it, woven into its gentle, persistent song. A memory surfaced, unbidden but welcome. He was 7 years old again, standing in his grandmother's garden during a summer storm much like this one. She had found him there, soaked and grinning, his small hands cupped to catch the falling rain. "Kenjiro-kun," she had said, her voice gentle with understanding. "What are you doing?" "I'm listening, grandmother," he had replied, though he hadn't been able to explain what he was listening to. "The rain is telling me something important." She had knelt beside him then, her own hands joining his to catch the falling drops. "And what is it telling you?" she had asked. "That everything is going to be okay," he had whispered, though even then he couldn't say how he knew this to be true. Now, 66 years later, kneeling in his temple garden with rain streaming down his weathered face, Kenjiro understood. The rain had been teaching him all along, not through words or concepts, but through the simple, unassailable truth of its presence. It fell without judgment, without agenda, without need for recognition or reward. It simply gave itself completely to each moment, trusting in the ancient wisdom that connected all things. Rising slowly, water dripping from his soaked robes, the old monk began to walk the temple's covered pathways. His bare feet found their familiar rhythm on the smooth wooden boards, each step now accompanied by the soft sound of water droplets falling from his clothing. The rain continued its steady drumming on the curved roof above, creating a cocoon of sound that seemed to hold the entire world in gentle embrace. He paused at the small shrine where a bronze Buddha sat in eternal meditation, the statue's surface now gleaming with rainwater that had blown in through the open sides of the walkway. Even here, the rain had found its way, adding its own simple offering to the sacred space. Kenjiro bowed deeply, feeling a smile tug at the corners of his mouth. The Buddha's expression seemed particularly serene tonight, as if the ancient sage too was enjoying the rain's gentle teaching. Continuing his slow circuit of the temple grounds, Kenjiro found himself at the small stone bridge that arched over the narrow stream running through the property. Usually, the stream was little more than a trickle, speaking in whispered gurgles as it wound its way down the mountainside. Tonight, fed by the abundant rain, it had become a small river, its voice raised in joyful celebration. The old monk stood on the bridge for a long time, watching the dark water flow beneath him, listening to its liquid song merge with the rain's percussion. Each sound seemed to inform the other, the rain feeding the stream welcoming the rain, both part of the same endless cycle that connected mountain peak to ocean depths. A night heron landed at the stream's edge, seemingly unbothered by the continuing downpour. The bird stood perfectly still, its long neck curved in an elegant shape, waiting with infinite patience for an unwary fish to swim within striking distance. Watching the heron's unwavering focus, Kenjiro felt a deep kinship with the creature. They were both practitioners of presence, both students of the same fundamental teaching that required no temple, no texts, no tradition, only the willingness to be completely where they were. The heron struck suddenly, emerging from the water with a small silver fish writhing in its beak. For a moment, the bird looked directly at Kenjiro, and in that brief exchange of gazes, the monk felt something pass between them, a recognition, perhaps, or simply an acknowledgement of shared purpose. Then the heron took wing, disappearing into the rain-darkened night with powerful, unhurried wing beats. Kenjiro remained on the bridge until the first faint suggestion of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky. The rain had not stopped. If anything, it had grown heavier, settling into the deep, steady rhythm of a storm that intended to stay for days. But something had shifted during his night-long vigil. The questions that had occasionally troubled his meditation, doubts about his path, concerns about the temple's future, the subtle anxiety that sometimes accompanied advanced age, had simply washed away. He understood now that he had been seeking something that was already present, always present, in each moment of his ordinary life. The rain had not taught him anything new, it had simply helped him remember what he had always known, but sometimes forgotten in the complexity of daily existence. Peace was not a destination to be reached through years of disciplined practice. It was the ground of being itself, as constant and reliable as falling rain. Making his way back toward the temple's main hall, Kenjiro's wet robes clung to his thin frame, but he felt warmer than he had in months. The rain continued to fall around him, on him, through him, and he realized that the sensation of being separate from it had been nothing more than a persistent illusion. There was no him and rain, there was simply the seamless experience of rain falling, experienced from the perspective of a particular collection of sensations and memories that had learned to call itself Kenjiro. In the main hall, he changed into dry robes, hanging his soaked clothing on wooden pegs, where they would slowly drip themselves dry over the coming hours. The familiar weight of dry fabric felt strange after his rain-soaked pilgrimage, but comforting too, like returning to an old friend after a transformative journey. He prepared his morning tea with special care, each movement deliberate and unhurried. The water he heated had been collected from the roof's rain channels just minutes before the same water that had blessed his midnight awakening, now serving to warm him from within. As he sipped the simple green tea, he could taste something indefinable in it, some essence that spoke of sky and cloud and the generous giving that connected all things. Outside, the rain continued its gentle teaching, and would continue for days to come. But Kenjiro no longer needed to be soaked to the skin to hear its message. It had become part of his breathing, part of his heartbeat, part of the fundamental rhythm that animated his life. He had found peace in the rain, but more than that, he had recognized that he and the peace and the rain were not separate phenomena, but expressions of the same underlying reality that held everything in its vast, compassionate embrace. As the grey dawn light slowly filled the temple hall, mixing with the warm glow of the oil lamps, Brother Kenjiro settled into his morning meditation. His back was straight but not rigid, his hands folded gently in his lap, his breath moving in the same steady rhythm as the rain on the roof above. His eyes were closed, but his awareness was completely open, receiving each moment like parched earth receiving water. The rain drummed its ancient song on the temple roof, and in that sound the old monk found everything he had ever sought and everything he would ever need. There was no separation between the seeker and the sought, between the question and the answer, between the monk and the rain. There was only this perfect eternal moment in which peace revealed itself not as something to be attained, but as something that had never been absent. In the growing light of the rainy dawn, surrounded by the patient wooden walls that had sheltered countless monks through countless storms, Kenjiro sat in perfect stillness. The rain continued to fall, would continue to fall throughout the day and into the evening, carrying its gifts of renewal to every corner of the mountain. And in his deep, unshakable peace, the old monk received each drop as what it truly was, a small blessing from the infinite sky, a gentle reminder that he was exactly where he had always belonged. The temple of gentle waters settled into the rhythm of another rainy day, held safely in the embrace of the mountains, watched over by an ancient pine tree, tended by a monk who had finally learned to hear the teaching that surrounded him, always the endless, patient lesson of rain falling on grateful earth, of peace revealing itself in the simplest moments, of home being not a place to reach but the ground on which he had always been standing. As the morning deepened and the rain continued its gentle blessing, Brother Kenjiro felt drawn once more to witness the transformation taking place beyond the temple walls. Rising from his meditation cushion with the unhurried grace of accumulated years, he moved to the great wooden doors and slid them open wide. The world had been reborn in rain. Every surface gleamed with water's blessing, the stone pathways now mirrors reflecting the pearl-grey sky, the garden soil dark and rich with moisture. The ancient pine's bark deepened to the colour of old bronze. Mist rose from the warming earth in delicate spirals, creating an ethereal landscape that seemed suspended between earth and heaven. He noticed details that had escaped him in the darkness of his midnight revelation. Tiny streams had formed in the temple's gravel, creating miniature rivers that wound their way toward the larger stream below. The carefully placed rocks in the meditation garden had become islands, each one now surrounded by pools that caught and held the sky's reflection. Even the temple's bronze wind chimes, normally silent in the still mountain air, now sang soft percussion as raindrops struck their surfaces. A family of sparrows had taken shelter under the curved eaves of the tea house, their small bodies fluffed against the morning chill. They watched him with bright, curious eyes, occasionally chirping conversation among themselves. One brave individual ventured out into the rain, wings spread wide, and performed what could only be described as a dance, hopping and fluttering, beak tilted skyward to catch the falling drops. Watching this small celebration of the storm's gifts, Kenjiro felt his heart expand with joy. The old monk stepped out into the courtyard once more, his fresh robes quickly beginning to darken with moisture. But this time, his emergence into the rain felt different, not like a seeker desperately pursuing enlightenment, but like someone coming home to a familiar embrace. The raindrops seemed to recognize him, welcoming him back with gentle touches that spoke of ancient friendship. He walked slowly to the temple's vegetable garden, where the transformation was even more miraculous than he had perceived in the darkness. The winter vegetables, hardy daikon radishes, crisp napa cabbage, fragrant herbs that would flavor the temple's simple meals, all seemed to glow with renewed life. Droplets clung to spider webs stretched between the plant stakes, creating jewelry of impossible delicacy that would vanish with the first strong breeze. Kneeling beside a row of newly sprouted mung beans, Kenjiro placed his palm gently on the soil. He could feel the earth's gratitude, its deep satisfaction at receiving the sky's gift after weeks of patient waiting. The beans themselves seemed to pulse with new growth. He could almost sense their roots extending deeper, their first leaves preparing to unfurl toward the light. A memory surfaced of his early years at the temple, when the previous abbot, Master Dogen, had found him one morning after a similar rainstorm. Kenjiro had been young then, perhaps 30, still driven by the fierce desire to understand, to achieve, to become something more than what he was. He had been sitting in the garden much as he sat now, but his posture had been rigid with effort, his face tight with concentration. "Young brother," Master Dogen had said, his voice carrying the gentle authority of decades, "what are you trying so hard to accomplish?" "I am attempting to understand the Buddha nature of rain," Kenjiro had replied, his words careful and formal in the way of earnest students everywhere. The old master had laughed not mockingly, but with the warm delight of someone witnessing a child's innocent wisdom. "And what does the rain tell you about Buddha nature?" "That it falls equally on all things," Kenjiro had answered, proud of his insight. "It shows no preference for beautiful flowers over humble weeds, for the temple roof over the muddy path." "Yes," Master Dogen had agreed, settling himself beside the young monk with a soft rustle of robes. "And what else?" Kenjiro had struggled then, reaching for deeper meaning, grasping for the profound understanding that would surely prove his worthiness as a seeker, that all things are interconnected, that the rain today becomes the river tomorrow, and the river becomes the sea. "All so true," the master had nodded, "but you are working very hard to understand what the rain is teaching you. What if, instead of trying to understand the rain's Buddha nature, you simply allowed yourself to be the rain's Buddha nature?" At the time, the words had seemed like another riddle to be solved, another koan to penetrate through concentrated effort. Only now, 43 years later, did Kenjiro truly hear what his teacher had been offering. Not another concept to grasp, but an invitation to stop grasping altogether. Rising from his contemplation of the bean sprouts, the old monk continued his slow circuit of the transformed temple grounds. The rain had created tiny waterfalls where none had existed before, silver streams cascading from roof edges, flowing down the carved faces of stone guardian lions, pooling in the lotus-shaped basins that caught water from the temple's chain gutters. He paused at the small cemetery where generations of monks rested beneath weathered stone markers. Here, too, the rain had brought its gifts, washing the memorial tablets clean, filling the stone cups that held offerings with fresh water, making the carved characters of ancient names stand out with renewed clarity. Even in death, it seemed, the rain offered its blessing equally. A profound sense of continuity washed over him, not unlike the rain itself, but gentler, deeper. He thought of all the monks who had walked these paths before him, who had tended the same garden, who had sat beneath the same ancient pine. They had all experienced mornings like this one, had all felt the rain's teaching in their own way, had all come to understand that seeking and finding were not separate activities, but different faces of the same eternal moment. The temple bell tower stood at the garden's edge, its bronze bell dark with rain wash. On impulse, Kenjiro climbed the wooden steps, his wet feet sure on the familiar planks. At the top, he grasped the thick rope and gave it a gentle pull. The bell's voice rolled out across the rain-soaked mountains, deep and resonant, seeming to call not to distant villages but to the storm itself. The sound seemed to please the rain, which responded with a momentary intensification, as if applauding the bell's song. From his elevated position, Kenjiro could see far down the mountainside, where other temples and monasteries dotted the landscape like scattered gems. Threads of smoke rose from their chimneys, and he imagined his fellow monks beginning their own morning routines, perhaps some of them also pausing to listen to the rain's patient teaching. Descending from the bell tower, he found himself drawn to the temple's small library, where ancient texts rested in wooden cabinets, protected from moisture by oiled paper and careful tending. Here, scrolls and bound books held the accumulated wisdom of centuries, commentaries on sutras, poetry by long-dead masters, philosophical treatises that had shaped the understanding of countless seekers. But this morning, surrounded by the sound of rain on the library's wooden roof, Kenjiro felt no need to open any of the texts. The teaching he needed was falling from the sky, writing itself in puddles and streams, composing itself in the rhythm of drops against leaves. All the wisdom contained in the library's carefully preserved volumes seemed to distill into this single, immediate truth. Everything he sought was already present, had always been present. In this moment of rain falling on grateful earth, he thought of the many hours he had spent in this room over the decades, studying by lamplight, wrestling with complex philosophical questions, seeking understanding through careful analysis of ancient words. None of that effort had been wasted. It had prepared him, perhaps, to recognize the teaching when it came in this direct, wordless form. But now he understood that the rain falling outside had been offering the same wisdom all along, requiring no translation, no interpretation, no scholarly commentary. Returning to the main hall, Kenjiro found that his tea had grown cold during his extended pilgrimage through the rain-transformed temple grounds. He prepared a fresh pot, this time adding leaves from the temple's own tea bushes, which even now were drinking deeply of the morning's blessing. As the tea steeped, filling the hall with its subtle fragrance, he arranged fresh flowers from the garden, humble chrysanthemums, whose petals were heavy with rainwater, their simple beauty enhanced rather than diminished by the storm's attention. The act of flower arrangement had always been a form of meditation for him, but this morning it felt different. His hands moved without conscious direction, finding perfect balance not through careful planning but through a kind of intuitive trust. The flowers seemed to arrange themselves, each stem finding its natural place in the composition, as inevitably as raindrops found their way to the earth. Settling once more into meditation, his fresh tea steaming gently beside him, Kenjiro allowed his awareness to expand until it included not just his own breath and heartbeat, but the breath and heartbeat of the entire rain-blessed world. The sound of water falling merged with the whisper of his own breathing, the gentle movements of small creatures seeking shelter, the almost inaudible sound of plants drinking and growing, the distant hush of wind through wet pine needles. In this expanded awareness, all sense of time seemed to dissolve. Morning became afternoon without his notice, the rain continuing its steady blessing, sometimes intensifying to a drumming crescendo, sometimes softening to a whisper, but never ceasing entirely. Occasionally he would surface from the depths of meditation to sip his tea or adjust his posture, but these small movements felt like part of the meditation itself, no different from the rain's own patient falling. As the day wore on and the light began its gradual shift toward evening, Kenjiro realized that he had spent an entire day in the company of rain, and that this had been perhaps the most perfect day of his long life. Not because anything extraordinary had happened, no dramatic insights, no mystical visions, no sudden revelations. Perfect precisely because nothing special had occurred, because he had simply been present for the ordinary miracle of water falling from sky to earth, and in that presence had found the peace that had never been absent. As the first evening shadows began to gather in the temple's corners, Brother Kenjiro breathed in, breathed out, and smiled the quiet smile of one who has found what he was never truly seeking, in the place he had never actually left. The rain continued its gentle song on the temple roof, and in that eternal rhythm the old monk rested in the unshakable peace of simply being home.